State of Ohio versus Indictment. Now, before we get started, I want to remind everybody to keep your turn off your cell phones, don't just put them on silent, because sometimes signals are improved. And if you communicate, you do that when it breaks. Also, we note have taken some patient protection against the COVID virus. That's why we don't want to help. Okay. And so we want to make sure you stay seated inside petitions and keep your mask on, except when you're questioning here later in a while. Take your mask down to answer questions. And upon you're inside, we ask you to keep your mask on, protection of each other. When you go outside, of course, then do what you want to do. Now, this is a criminal case, and the case of State of Ohio versus Indictment. Before we begin, I'm going to ask the parties that will be involved here that are seated inside Voir to attorneys and to stand and introduce themselves.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Andrea Cobb, Highland County Prosecutor. With me at the table this morning is Assistant Prosecutor Adam King and Detective Vinnie Ishmore from the Highland County Sheriff's Office.
Great.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nicholas Grant. I'm from Georgetown. Good to see you at the table with me. Aaron Lutz.
Okay. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll explain to you that the defendant has been indicted for a charge on a 5-count indictment, which I'll read to you in a short time. But the fact that a person has been indicted by a grand jury is not evidence of crime. And the fact that a person has been indicted should not create any inference whatsoever regarding the case. Grand jury doesn't determine guilt. They simply review evidence to determine whether or not there's enough evidence to justify a case coming before the court or trial. But it is not evidence. Now, to explain this a little bit, the defendant is presumed the innocent to prove guilt of the State of Ohio. And so to kind of illustrate what I just said to you, if I ask all of you in the courtroom now that are jurors to vote on whether or not the defendant is guilty or not guilty, how many of you would say, I don't think I can make decisions since I haven't heard anything? Be a great thing. I think most people would say it. I know Tuesday we had everybody said that. All right. And that makes sense, but you ask me to make a decision as a judge on the matter, and I can say, okay, I have to listen to both sides and make a decision. But with presumption of innocence, that's not the way it works. Under our Constitution, a person is presumed innocent until proven guilty. And the burden of proof is upon the state to do that by proof beyond reasonable doubt. And so, right now, the defendant, as in any other case, whether it's a traffic ticket or a murder case, shoplifting, everything is a criminal offense. Person is not guilty until they're proved guilty. And so, he's not guilty. So if I said, okay, fill out a verdict form right now, under the law, you will have to say, not guilty. Because there's been no evidence that has overcome the presumption of that in our Constitution. And that's the way our law is set up. It's not the same in every country. In this country, that's the way it works. This defendant and every other defendant that has ever been or will be tried in this country for any kind of an offense. Okay, now, we're fully aware that you're here today as draftees, not as volunteers, missing work or other plans or other things that you normally do, and we understand that. But the system that we have in this country is that persons are entitled to have trials by their peers, which are chiefs. And it's a duty of citizenship for us to perform that duty, because that is the very foundation of the American criminal justice system, the right to have a trial by the juror. And this is something that, you know, our founders really believed in, and you know, part of the Bill of Rights shortly after the Constitution was adopted, and it's been ingrained into our society. So as you sit here today, I would ask you to, you know, understanding that it is an inconvenience or disruption, look at it not in that sense, but as an opportunity to do your part, as have, you know, millions of others over the last 200 years in serving on juries in this country. We will do everything we can to keep the case moving. We will anticipate that this case will go into tomorrow, so we'll be here for 2 days. And then once the case is completed, the jury deliberates. There's no precise time limit on jury deliberation. It's up to the jurors. But, you know, it goes as long as it needs to go, whether it's you know, a half hour or 6 hours or 8 hours or sometimes even overtime, where people leave and come back the next day. So that's kind of like the time. Right now, I think the case will be concluded tomorrow. And we will make sure that we keep the case moving to do that. Now, we will break about every hour, 15 to hour and a half, 150 minutes, an hour and a half. Keep you comfortable. We will adjourn for lunch around a noon hour and for an hour. We don't do it precisely at 12. It just depends where we're at in the case. I don't like to stop in the middle of a testimony. Try to find a point where the break is not to be interrupting something. And that's usually about an hour 15 minutes, and then we'll stay on 4:35, depending on where we're at in the case. And come back tomorrow morning at 8:30. Now, I don't know how many of you have been on jury service, and that will probably be discussed in a while, but it's necessary to give all of these instructions right now, because as members of the prospective jury, you are required to accept these instructions about the law and follow them, because under the judge is one who informs parties and the jurors of the law, and you're required to accept that and follow. So, during the, if we take any break before the selection of the jury, and I think we normally get a jury within 90 minutes, but if we have to take a break, we will. But if any time during any breaks, do not talk about the case with anyone, talk about it with each other, don't talk with the person that was involved in the case, don't let anyone else talk to you about it. You may make phone calls during breaks, family, work, friends, whatever. Don't talk to them about the case. Don't tell them you're going through service, that's fine. Don't tell them what the case is, who's involved in it, that nature. Now, the state of Ohio and the defendant are each entitled to have a jury, opposing jurors, to approach the case with open minds and agree to keep their minds open until the verdict's reached. Jurors are to be as free as humanly possible from any bias, prejudice, sympathy, and are not to be influenced by any preconceived ideas, either as to facts or the law. Now, all of you are undoubtedly qualified to serve as jurors, but there could be something that might disqualify one or more of you in this particular case. And so you will be asked questions, and while everyone has predetermined ideas about some matters like we just talked about, the system is based on the principle that jurors will decide a case with an open mind, and for this reason it's important to be totally candid, honest about your feelings and your responses to questions that you'll be asked here this morning. And there's nothing wrong with acknowledging that there may be something about your experience or knowledge that would mean that you might not be viewed as a unbiased and impartial juror. And this is the honesty that allows our jury system to function. We depend on you folks to be honest and candid and open with us in this process. Now, we're going to ask some questions of you. I will ask some questions, and the attorneys will ask questions. It's important that you be totally honest about that. So the law requires that you take an oath to answer these questions honestly. This stage of the trial is called revere, which means it's a French Indian actually means to speak the truth. why we need to put a vote. So this time, the clerk of course, Mr. Haas, will administer the oath for those of you who confirm the affirmation. Mr. Haas.
Please rise. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly answer all such questions as may be lawfully inquired of you, touching your qualifications as a juror, as you shall answer under God or under the penalties of perjury? If so, please answer, I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Haas. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, as I informed you a minute ago, the indictment is not evidence. I'm going to read it to you, or at least summarize it for you, so that you understand what the case is about. The defendant is charged with 5 counts of rape, and the first 4 counts are the same except different dates. And so count 1 alleges that between the period of June 1st, 2010 and December 31, 2010, in this county, the defendant engaged in sexual conduct with an NL who was not his spouse, and that NL was less than 13 years of age at the time and also less than 10 years of age at the time. And in count 2, this was the period of January 2011 to December 31, 2011. Count 3 is for the year 2012. Count 4 is for the year 2013 through June of, actually, let's just back up, that one is actually for August 1, 2013, June 1, 2014. Those are all the same language of the same offense. Count 5 alleges between the period of January 1, 2018 and December 31, 2018, the defendant engaged in sexual conduct with NL, and he purposely compelled NL to submit by force or threat. Now, I read those only to let you know what the case is about. They're not making any efforts about that in any way. As I said, the grand jury isn't even a unanimous decision. It takes 7 of 9 grand jurors to return an indictment, so they don't make a decision on guilt or innocence. And again, the indictment is not evidence of guilt. Simply the mechanism by which any person that is charged with felony is informed of what those charges are. Now, as I indicated, we were going to ask you questions, and I'm required to ask certain questions required by law to make sure that all of you are qualified today. So, the first question is that in order to be a juror in this case, you must be a legal resident of Hyden County, and we actually drew your name back in October, then for the whole year, then we draw every quarter, and you drawn the third quarter before people move. So, are there any of you who are no longer residents of Hyden County today? No, right? This is actually an obsolete question, but I ask it anyway. The indictment in this matter was deferred in March, which was in the first quarter of this year. Are there any of you who were on that grand jury? It used to happen back in the days with a jury every quarter, and sometimes people get drawn to a couple quarters in a row. Now with these computers, that doesn't happen. Are any of the prospective jurors or your spouses a party in a case in which any of the 3 attorneys are involved, whether they're representing you, your spouse, or another person in that matter? Right? Have any of you been seated as a witness in the case? I had one Tuesday that happened, actually. So that person's obviously excused. Are there any of the prospective jurors who have an action pending between them and the state of Ohio? In other words, are any of you facing any kind of a charge, traffic offense, or criminal charge, or have any kind of an action pending with a state agency like licensing or eminent domain or something like that? No? Okay. Okay, this next question, I'll read it the way it's written, and then I'll explain it to you. Are there any of the prospective jurors who are related either by consanguinity or affinity in the 5th degree, either the alleged victim in this offense, the prosecuted witness, Mr. Antonar, or the defendant? Now, what does that mean? Consanguinity means by blood, and affinity means by marriage. Now, 5th degree is most, I know there's a lot more interest in genealogy today with ancestry and all those things. So a lot of people know a lot more about it than they used to. I'm still somewhat confused, but basically, to the 5th degree, I know found out some cousins I have just simply because of ancestry.com, but I couldn't explain it to you. So don't try to figure that out. Just do you know of any relationship to any of those persons, either by blood or marriage? All right. Are any of the prospective jurors or your parent, child, or child? Final question. Are there any of the prospective jurors for whom English is not your native language? In other words, were you born in a country in which English is not the official or dominant language? Right now. Okay, that completes the questions that I'm required to ask by rule. So I found then that all of you meet those qualifications. Now, I'm going to turn the question over here in just a couple of minutes to the attorneys. Now, they're going to ask questions that give you a little bit of information about the case, as I have, just about what it's about and some of the things that might be involved. And they are, they may very well make you feel uncomfortable. That's not the intention. It's simply required that you be asked questions. I can tell you, I've been a lawyer for 46 years, and I've had probably a half a dozen cases that have testified. And I don't like it when people ask me questions. I don't want to ask questions. And so I understand it would be uncomfortable, but don't, it's not personal. It's just part of the process. And once you see what happens, I think you'll understand it and accept it in that vein. If there's something that's very personal or something you don't really want to talk about publicly, you can tell us, and then we can go to another room and question you about here in front of everyone if that's what you prefer. Okay, now you're seated in a particular order, and the reason we do that is because the attorneys are going to be asking questions of all of you at once. So what they'll do is they'll ask you questions, and then if you, it's applicable, hold your hand up, and then they'll ask you. And the chart is to help them know who they're talking with, and so that we'll expedite the process. And so we have 28, we have 12 on each side here, and 4 here. Normally we just have people back here in 6 in a row. Again, we've made all these little alterations to try to keep people safe. So that's the way that will be. So the attorneys will be asking questions, and then once they're completed, then I'll confer with the attorneys and ensure that we select. So at this time, since the state asks for a group goes first in the case, the state case, the prosecutor will have the first opportunity question. So this is all we have today. And you may take the mask down when you're answering questions so we can understand you. And if everybody's having any trouble hearing, raise your hand so we can speak up. So, all right, gentleman right there in the 3rd row. Okay, so keep our voices up then. Thank you, sir.
Good morning again. I am, like I introduced myself, my name is Collins. I'm a Highland County prosecutor. And this is the only time during the trial where I get to talk to you and you actually get to talk back to me. So try to interact, pretend that you really enjoy being here. As the judge said, some of these questions are probing, some of them might be embarrassing. I'm not trying to embarrass you. We just want to ensure that we get a fair and impartial jury. A group of 12 that will listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you are in court say. So the first question is, does anyone know me, Annabeth, either personally or professionally? Just raise your hand and we'll go around. Like this.
Anna and I went to school together.
Yes, at Hillsborough. And I think you may have been on a tag trip with my oldest daughter.
Yes, I was a chaperone with your daughter.
Yes. Have we stayed in touch since school's been out?
No.
Do we ever discuss work?
No.
Have I ever talked to you about this case at all?
No.
Is there anything about the fact that we went to high school together and that you've done some things with tag with my daughter that would influence your ability to be a juror today?
No.
You can agree that you can listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learned in court?
Yes.
Thank Anyone else? What about Adam King? He's the assistant prosecutor sitting at the table here this morning. Also a Hillsborough graduate. Anybody know that person professionally? Molly Bullock, who's from Morristown, which is for Brian Local. She's an assistant prosecutor, and you may see her come in or out during the trial. Is there anyone that knows her either personally or professionally? And finally, Jim Rader, who's the other assistant, Greenfield, and again, you just might see him come in or out. That's why I asked if he's bringing something or something like that. Does anyone know him either personally or professionally? Detective Angela, he's at the Highland County Sheriff's Office, been there quite a number of years. Does anyone know Detective Angela either personally or professionally? Ashley Kermees from Cincinnati Children's Hospital. Does anyone know her? How about Naomi Ludwig? Naomi is a senior this year at Leesburg. Does anyone know her either personally or professionally? Her mom, Marinella Jimno. Anyone know her either personally or professionally? How about Happy Hamilton or Melanie Hamilton? Okay. David Detweiler?
I taught Hallie at Leesburg, and I know her mother because I helped coach softball there.
Okay. The fact that you know Hallie and Melanie, is that going to impact your ability to be a juror today? No. You can agree that you can listen to the testimony and review the evidence and make a decision based on what you learn in court?
Yes.
What about Denise or Katie Voir? Ms. Center?
Yes, Melanie is my niece.
Melanie Hanson is your niece?
Yes.
Okay, so then Hallie is your great niece?
Yes.
Okay. The fact that you have that relationship, do you know about their testimony today in this case at all?
No, I do not.
Okay, can you put that relationship to the side and make a decision based on what you learned in court today?
I believe I can.
Okay, you can listen to the testimony and review the evidence and make a decision based on what you learned in court?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Tyler Denise Bauer. Back again, Ms. Detweiler.
I also know them as well.
Okay, and how do you know them?
Just, I'm from the Leesburg area, so
Okay, so the fact that you know them, is that going to impact your ability to be a juror today?
Yeah.
You can agree that you can listen to the testimony and review the evidence and make a decision based on what you learned in court?
yes.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Detweiler?
I know them in the same capacity. I taught her and coached softball for her.
Okay. Is that going to affect your ability to be a juror today?
No.
So you can still listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learned in court?
Yes.
Anyone else? Okay. How about the defense attorney, Nick Green? Does anyone know him, either person or profession? Or the defendant, Aaron Ludwig? Does anyone have any philosophical or religious beliefs that you feel would prevent you from deciding guilt or innocence? So before you answer this, most commonly people say, I don't want to judge somebody. Well, that's not what you're doing. You're not judging the person. You're judging the evidence. You're going to listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learned in court. You're not judging the person. That's the judge will, at the end of the day, issue a judgment. You are reviewing the evidence. Do you all understand the difference? Yeah? Everyone okay with that? Now, this case has been covered in the media some, which in Highland County typically means the newspaper. Has anyone read anything about this case in the newspaper? No? Now, the judge is going to tell you, and you're going to hear this a lot, that the state must prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. You've already heard it a little bit. That's why I go first. I put my case on first. It's my burden of proof. So, the judge is going to give you an instruction specifically on what reasonable doubt means, but basically reasonable doubt equates to the decisions you make in your everyday life. It does not mean beyond any and all possible doubt. Reasonable doubt is doubt based on reason and common sense. It's not your duty to look for reasonable doubt. If it exists, it will present itself from the evidence. It's a high burden of proof. There's no question. It's the highest burden of proof in the law. Can everyone agree to hold me to that burden of proof? But not hold me to a burden of proof of beyond any and all possible doubt? Can everyone agree to do that? Do you understand the difference? Yeah. I feel like, this side of the room, they're shaking their head, they're into this side of the room, kind of not. Okay. Now, can everyone agree to listen to the testimony and review the evidence and make a decision based on what we learned in court? I asked this question because of a trial that was probably 10 years ago now, but it was in Cincinnati. It was really interesting to us here in the courthouse because we're kind of nerdy about this stuff. We don't have much of a life. Most people don't know anything about this, but there was the Whitmer trial in Cincinnati, and basically the facts of the case, to summarize, was a woman was found dead. Her husband said that she was in the bathtub when he found her. He drugged her out of the bathtub. He called 911, and she was already gone, and there was nothing they could do. So at the end of the case, the jury is the case. They're supposed to deliberate. They go home that night, and the big issue in the case is whether or not her body was dry when the EMTs got there. And the EMTs all said, yes, her body was dry. So the husband said, I called 911 immediately, like right away. They got there within 4 minutes. Well, the jurors all went home that night, and they all took a bath. And they got out of the bathtub, and they stood in front of the mirror, and they watched their watch to see how long it took their body to dry completely. And when it took, I don't know how long, but longer than 4 minutes, they said, he lied. He didn't call 911 right away. He had her out of the bathtub for a while, let her die, and then called 911. And they came back the next morning right away, guilty. Well, jurors aren't allowed to do that. It's a big no-no. So they found out that the jurors had done their own test, and they had to retry the case. And he was found guilty again. And they found out there was some sort of juror misconduct the second time because of some internet search they had done or something. And they had to retry the case the third time. And the third time he was found guilty, and I believe that's the end of the saga. But I ask this because I'm asking that you don't do that. Don't go home at the end of the day today and Google something about the case. Don't go home if there's a question in your mind about something an expert says and look that up to see if the expert's telling the truth. You have to take what you hear from the witness stand and evidence that's given to you and base your decision on that. No outside testing. You all agree to do that. Don't be the Whitmer jury. Now the judge is going to give you an instruction on circumstantial evidence. And essentially, he's going to instruct you that you can draw an inference from something and make a decision based on that inference. An easy way to explain what this means is if you go to bed on Christmas Eve and there's no snow on the ground, and you wake up on Christmas morning and there's 3 inches of snow on the ground, you didn't see it snow, but you can draw the inference that it snowed during the night, right? Now, there's a possibility that some extremely wealthy person flew snowmen to Highland County so that their granddaughter would have snow on Christmas morning, but that's that remote possibility thing we talked about already. It's kind of proof beyond a reasonable doubt that it snowed during the night, right? That's the inference that can be drawn. Everyone agree that you can draw that sort of inference? And we do it in our everyday lives. This is not, they use big complicated words to make it sound important, but we do this every single day in our everyday lives. Now, who here watches Law & Order or CSI, Law & Order SVU? Come on, raise your hands. Dateline, no, Dateline is true. Criminal Minds, it was so crazy they took it off. Who here watches all this stuff? Yeah, me too. Thanks for fascinating TV. It's nonsense. It's absolutely post-fake television on TV. Grey's Anatomy actually has more fact in it, and I've been told that it's even bigger, but it's not. So, we aren't able to get fingerprints from people out of running water. We can't, these are just a few things that I've seen on there. We don't have a pig on the courthouse roof so that we can monitor how fast lies develop into something else and that kind of thing. Nothing like that. There's no crime lab in Highland County. It's just the fakest 44 minutes on television. I don't know that, Detective Antoine's a good detective, but I don't know that he's ever solved a crime, brought it to trial, and completed the whole case in 44 minutes. It's not going to happen. Can you all agree not to hold me to the CSI burden of proof, the law and order burden of proof? Don't think that that's how the law is. It's not going to happen in the courtroom today. No one's going to come through the back door of that courthouse with a smoking gun in their hand saying they did it, they pretended or something. Okay? We all heard of Ted Bundy? He's a serial killer from the 70s. How many of you know what Ted Bundy did when he was a serial killer? Like what his employment was? Anybody? He worked at a suicide hotline. And he went to law school. And he was married and had a little girl. So I bring this up because think about how ironic this is. He goes to work for 8 hours a day, works next to people on both sides of him. You call in contemplating suicide, he talks you out of that. He is trained specifically to help you not do that. He then leaves work, maybe goes to law school class in the evening, leaves there, and kills someone, and then goes home to his wife and child. When he was arrested and they brought forth all this evidence, the people that worked with him at the suicide hotline said, there's just no way, I can't believe this. I sat right next to this man. He was so good at his job. I bring this up to you because we really don't know people. You work with them, you work with them for years. Every single day, 8 hours a day, sitting right next to them. They are the nicest people. You don't know. You don't know what they do when they meet there. We don't know people. We live with people. His wife, no idea what he was doing between the time he got off work and the time he got home. A wonderful husband, a wonderful father. We don't know people. We know what they want us to know. We don't know what's inside, the deep secrets. We don't know what happens behind closed doors. Do you all agree to that? Now, who here has been the victim of a crime? In Highland County, property crime kind of runs amok. So I know that probably at least some property crime victims. Anybody here been the victim of a crime? Okay. Mr. Ned.
Just had some four-wheelers stolen.
Was here in Highland County? Was it investigated?
Yeah.
Do you know who investigated it?
No, I don't.
Was it the sheriff's office?
Yeah, the sheriff's office. It's been 10 years ago, probably.
Were they able to solve that crime? Do you hold a grudge against the sheriff's office because they didn't solve that?
No.
No? Okay, thank you. Who else? Ms. McClure?
Yes.
You've been the victim of a crime?
Yes, my car got scratched.
Okay. And who investigated that?
At a sheriff's office.
Were they able to solve that?
The person never looked at it, so.
Okay, so they weren't able to solve it. Do you hold a grudge against the sheriff's office because of that? Thank you. Ms. Dallard?
It was a personal crime and it was in Sayada County.
Were they able to solve it?
No.
No. Do you hold a grudge against law enforcement because of that? Okay, thank you. Ms. Center?
Our house had been broken in several times in the last 15 years.
Okay. Was it the sheriff's office or Leesburg Police?
Sheriff's.
Were they able to solve that? Any of them?
No.
No. Do you hold a grudge against law enforcement because of that?
No.
Okay, thank you. Ms. West?
We had a utility trailer stolen from our driveway.
Okay. That's a common occurrence, especially as of late, vehicles and trailers. the sheriff's office investigate that?
Yes.
Were they able to solve it?
No.
Do you hold a grudge against them because of that?
No.
Thank you. Anyone else? So, I've been at the prosecutor's office 15.5 years. And until I started at the prosecutor's office, I maybe was extremely naive. But I did not believe that a parent could ever hurt a child. And I don't mean like a spanking. I got spanked. That's not hurting a child. I mean, I did not believe that a parent could seriously hurt a child. That kind of abuse just didn't exist in Highland County. That's not where we're from. That's why we're from here. That's why we live here. I know different now. Is there anyone here that believes it just doesn't happen here? Anybody? Now, the defendant has been charged with 5 counts of rape of a child, 4 of them a child under 10, 1 count of rape by force. I'm going to ask you this question. If you don't feel comfortable talking about this in front of everybody, just say so and like some different arrangements, okay? Has there anyone here that's been involved with a sexual assault? And I don't mean that it's happened to you. I mean, has it touched your life in some way, maybe a child or maybe a friend or something like that? Either the victim is close to you or the offender. Anyone? Okay. Mr. Jones?
Yes, my niece was molested by a local boy who her parents let stay in her house, and it was very hard for our whole family to hear about what was done to her, so.
Knowing that, can you put that experience to the side, listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learned in this case in court?
I don't think so. I'm sorry with that.
Thank you for being honest. Ms. Cox?
Yes, I was molested by a relative throughout my adolescence, and he was never brought to justice before he died.
Okay. Unfortunately, that happened more than we like to talk about. The fact that that's happened to you, you put that to the side. Can you listen to the testimony today, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learned in court?
Well, I honestly don't think I can be fair.
Okay. Thank you for being honest.
My mother was molested by her father for years until she left home.
You know about that, obviously, you weren't there at the time. The fact that you know about that, can you put that to the side and listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learned in court today?
I'm not 100% confident.
Can you try to follow the judge's instructions to do that?
I can try.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Okay, that's fine. Go ahead. So,
I was raped in college.
the fact that that happened to you, can you put that to the side and review the review the evidence and listen to the testimony and make a decision based on what you learned in court today?
Yes.
Ms. McClure?
It's personal.
Okay, so you don't want to talk about it? Ms. Hall?
Harrison?
Harris. Okay. Ms. Harrison?
Yeah, I'd rather not speak about it.
Thank you. Now, this case is going to involve, honestly, graphic testimony, describing sexual assault, and it may make you uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to talk about, we know that. But can you listen to the testimony, review the evidence, putting aside the fact that you're uncomfortable, and make a decision based on what you're going for? Is there anyone that's going to be upset with the state for putting on that kind of evidence? Would be upset? Yes. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Now, most people think of rape, and honestly, we kind of base our opinion on the law and what we see on TV, right? Until you're involved in it, we really don't have much of an understanding of what it means. So most of us watch Law and Order SVU, for example, and we think of rape as the man with a knife in the alley, or something like that. But it's not what the law defines rape as. In fact, that happens very seldom. The judge is going to instruct you that rape is actually the insertion of anything, however slight, into a girl's vagina, mouth, or anus. Can you agree to follow the judge's instructions and put aside what we already think we know about the law based on what we've seen on TV or our own experiences, and follow the instructions of the judge? Can we do that? Now, the primary evidence of several counts is going to be in the form of the defendant's teenage daughter. She's going to take the stand this morning and testify. Is there anyone here that automatically is going to think it's a kid, she's lying? Some of her friends are going to testify later. Is there anyone here that says, let's just automatically think kids are not trustworthy, they are not reliable? Now, how many here believes, again, maybe because of what we've seen on TV, that when a rape occurs, the victim gets up, and as soon as she or he is able, they immediately tell somebody. They're taken to the hospital right away, right? That's what we see, so that's what happens. Is there anyone here that's going to find out that Naomi waited to talk about this to an adult until she was much older, until after it had stopped happening? Is there anyone here that's going to automatically say she must be lying because she did that? I'm going to just go through and ask you some questions. Hopefully nothing that's personal is what we've already talked about, actually. Sorry. You have never been a juror before?
No.
You work at Highland District Hospital?
No.
No. Did you work at it?
Yes.
Okay. Not there anymore?
No.
Okay. Is there anything from your work there that would impact your ability to be a juror today?
No.
Now, you are one of the younger members in the jury pool. So if you would get picked for jury duty and you're back in the jury room and you're that one person that's then set one way or the other, can you stand up to the other 12 or the other 11?
I think I could.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Ms. Rock? We've already talked a little bit. Not sure that you can put aside what you know, but you can agree that you can try to listen to the judge's instruction, review the testimony, make a decision based on what you learned for today.
Yes.
You're a teacher.
Yes.
Anything about that experience that might impact your ability to be a juror today?
No.
Thank you. Mr. May? Okay, so you're sitting here and I'm looking at you and I'm thinking there's no way this man is 71 years old. And if you are, I want to know what you're using. So I'm not sure who filled out your jury questionnaire, but I think maybe your mom did and filled out for your dad.
They might have, I don't know.
Okay. So I assume you are 71.
Thank goodness.
Well, I mean, if you are 71, I want to know how you look not 71. You're a carpenter?
Yes.
Are you married? Do you have any children?
Yes.
Okay, boys or girls?
Boy.
A boy. The fact that these are kids that are going to be testifying today, is that going to influence your position one way or the other? You can agree that you can listen to them and weigh their credibility just like you do anyone else's? Okay. Have you ever been a juror before in a case?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Brandon? Yes. You've not been a juror before?
No.
Never been a victim of a crime?
No.
Do you have any children?
I have stepchildren,
Okay. Boys and girls, boys or girls?
boys and girls.
Boys and girls, so a mixture.
There's quite a few,
Okay.
like 8.
Oh, boy. Is there anything the state or defense should be concerned about if you were chosen as a juror today?
Well, I must confess that I have served as a guardian ad litem
Okay.
for CASA
Okay.
in Claremont County
Okay.
for a couple of years.
So, for those that don't know, a CASA or a guardian ad litem is somebody that goes out and interviews children in custody disputes or children's services cases, and you kind of make a decision based on what's best for the kids.
Exactly. Which is
Sometimes not what the kids want, right? So, do you?
I was never involved in any sexual cases with children.
Okay,
That just mostly neglect.
mostly neglect or children's services cases. Okay. So, is there anything about your experience as a guardian ad litem that would impact your ability to be a juror today?
I don't believe so. In fact, it's kind of what a guardian does, is kind of look at all sides and make a recommendation in a written report. I never testified
Right.
verbally.
So you can agree that you can still listen to the testimony here, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learned for?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kirker?
Yes,
Okay. And you've been a juror before?
yes, once in Arizona.
In Arizona, okay. Do you recall what kind of case that was?
It was a drug trafficking case.
Probably a lot of drug trafficking cases in Arizona. Is there anything about that experience that would impact your ability to be a juror here? Thank you. Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
You've not been a juror before?
No.
And not been the victim of a crime?
No.
You indicate that you have a daughter that's close in age to the kids that are going to testify here today. Is that going to impact your ability to be a juror?
It will.
You can still listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learned in court today?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Bergstrom?
Yes.
You are a retired teacher?
That's correct. Greenfield.
Okay. And you've been a juror before?
Was an alternate once in Greenfield
Oh, in county court, okay.
County.
So, an alternate, you get to watch everything, and then get told to leave,
Yes.
just before the big decision.
Yes, I make no decisions.
Right. Is there anything about that will impact your
I
ability?
can't even remember what it was.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think they've had a jury trial over there in a while, so.
Yes. It's been a few years.
Yes. So there's nothing about that will impact your ability to be a juror here?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Carter?
Yeah.
You've not been a juror before?
No.
You've not been a victim of a crime?
I got caught with delinquency of minor.
You got caught with you're charged with the delinquency of a minor, like contributing to the delinquency of a minor?
I got 6 months probation.
Okay. Was that here in Highland County?
Yeah.
Is that something related to like underage drinking or something like that?
That's true.
So do you hold a grudge against the state of Ohio because of that? What about law enforcement for investigating that? Is there anything the state or defense should be concerned about if you were chosen as a juror here today? Thank you. Ms. McClure?
Yes.
And you've not been a juror before. And you've indicated that there's something that you would rather not talk about here. So maybe we'll just wait and come back with you, okay? Mr. Abernathy?
Yes.
You've not been a juror before?
No.
Sir? Not been the victim of a crime?
No.
Anything the state or defense should be concerned about if you were chosen as a juror today?
No.
Thank you. Ms. Higgins?
Yes.
You've not been a juror before?
No.
You worked at a business here in town, no problems with that?
No.
Anything the state or defense should be concerned about if you were chosen as a juror today?
No.
Thank you. Stepfather? You indicated that you're a teacher and you know some of these kids because of teaching them, but that's not going to impact your ability to be a juror today?
No.
You can still listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learned in court?
Yes.
And you talked about your own experiences. Again, that's not going to impact your ability to be a juror today?
No.
You can listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learned in court?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Lloyd? You've not been a juror before?
Yeah.
So you have the most difficult job because you are a stay-at-home mom. And I tell you, I work because that makes me a better mom.
I haven't done things.
Yes. So everything's handled there, no problems with kids are taken care of while you're here.
Yes.
Is there anything the state or defense should be concerned about if you were chosen as a juror today?
No.
Thank you. Street? Yes. Not been a juror before? And not been the victim of a crime? Indicate that you're an RN? Yes. Who your work is an RN, have you had experiences with sexual assault? Yes. Thank you.
And I am really good friends with a Greenville police officer. That was
He's Greenville involved in the state law. Taylor?
Yes.
Not been a juror before?
No.
Not been a victim of crime?
No.
Anything the state or defense should be concerned about if you were chosen as a juror today?
No.
Thank you. Mr. West?
Yes, ma'am.
I understand that you are a teacher at Hillsborough,
Yes.
not anymore.
No.
And you've been a juror before?
No.
No? Grand jury, you mean?
Yes. I'm sorry.
So
I haven't served on the jury.
you served on that jury before?
No.
No, but grand jury.
Yes.
Okay. So grand jury is a lot different than this. The burden of proof for grand jury is lower than the burden of proof here. You can put that aside and just follow the instructions here.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Cox, you and I have already spoken. Thank you for your honesty. The same with Mr. Jones.
Well, I wanted to add something. I probably should have mentioned this earlier, but it's kind of embarrassing to talk about. But since others have talked about, I was also molested as a child, and things like this, hearing about a child being abused sexually, physically, verbally, it's just very upsetting for me. So I don't think I could be impartial. I'm sorry.
I understand. Thank you for your honesty. Ms. Gordon? You've been a juror before? I did the grand jury. You did grand jury, okay. And again, the same questions, Mr. West, you understand that that's a different burden of proof? Yes. This is a higher burden of proof than what grand jury is. You can put that aside and make a decision based on what you're running for today? Yes. Is there anything the state or defense should be concerned about if you were chosen as a juror today? No. Thank you. Mr. Porter?
Yes, ma'am.
You've not been a juror before?
No.
Okay. You've not been a victim of crime?
No.
Is there anything the state or defense should be concerned about if you were chosen as a juror today?
No.
Thank you. Ms. Center? You indicated that you're actually related to one of the witnesses today. It's not going to influence your ability to be a juror?
No.
You could still listen to the testimony and read the evidence and make a decision based on what you learned in court?
Yes.
Is there anything the state or defense should be concerned about if you were chosen as a juror here today?
No.
Thank you. Ms. Ritter?
Yes,
You've been a juror before?
I was called one time, but I knew the person that was being tried,
Oh, well, that usually is the fastest
so I got rejected.
way off. Is there anything about that experience that's going to impact your ability to be a juror here today?
I don't think so.
Yeah? Okay, thank you. Ms. Flannery? You've been a juror before?
Yes,
Okay, was that here in Highland County?
yes,
Do you recall, okay, was it this kind of a jury or was it grand jury?
it's been grand jury, it wasn't like this.
Wasn't like this, so, okay. And again, grand jury is a lower burden of proof, than you hear one side typically, and that's it. So can you put that experience aside and just focus on being a juror in this case?
I believe I can.
Okay. Is there anything the state or defense should be concerned about if you were chosen as a juror today? No. Thank you. Ms. West?
Yes.
You've not been a juror before?
No.
We've talked about that you have been a victim of a crime, but that's not going to impact your ability to be a juror today?
No.
Is there anything the state or defense should be concerned about if you were chosen as a juror today?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of my questions. I apologize if, oh, are we doing the boxes still? Okay, I'm sorry, it's not the end of my questions, I'm sorry. Ms. Pollock, we've already talked a little bit, we'll just wait and talk again later. You are Ms. Morgan? You've not been a juror before?
I was an alternate at the other municipal.
At municipal court. So again, you sat through everything and then didn't get to make a decision.
Right.
Is there anything about that experience that will impact your ability to be a juror here today?
No.
Anything the state or defense should be concerned about if you were chosen as a juror today?
No.
Thank you. Ms. Brower?
Yes.
You've not been a juror before?
No, I was born and raised in Cincinnati,
Okay.
so I've only been out here about 30 years, I guess. So.
About how many years?
I guess it's 30.
Okay. Oh, so today may be your lucky day.
Okay.
Is there anything the state or defense should be concerned about if you were chosen as a juror here today?
No.
No? Ms. Harrison, you and I have already talked a little, not comfortable talking about other things, so we'll just now, thank you everyone for your attention. Again, I apologize if the questions were really embarrassing, but I do appreciate you being honest with me.
Counsel, you want to approach, please? All right, okay, yeah. So go ahead, okay. Yeah, that-
Everybody's going to call. This is probably the most uncomfortable part because I do get an opportunity to speak to you, but unfortunately I get to go last. At this point in time, you've all been asked a lot of questions. Some of them very personal questions. And I want you to think about talking in the presence of your own home, let alone talking around with complete strangers. So I'm going to keep my stuff brief. I just want to follow up on a few things and maybe reiterate a couple things. There's been some talk, or there's been some mentioning that part of your job, part of your duties is that you hear both sides of the story and then you make a decision based upon that. That may be a little bit of a misnomer. One of the things that you're going to be explained to at some point in time during your jury instructions is the fact that Aaron, as he sits over here right now, is presumed to be innocent. He doesn't have to testify. He doesn't even have to put on a defense. Is there anybody here who doesn't understand that? Anyone that has a problem with it? Mr. Kirker?
Yes.
I believe you previously stated that you actually served on a jury out in Arizona.
Yes.
Did you deliberate? Did you participate in the deliberation?
Yes.
Was it a criminal matter?
Yes.
I believe that's right. You said it was a drug trafficking case, correct?
Yes.
All right. I don't know how long ago was this?
6 years ago.
Okay. At some point in time, you were probably advised that you weren't allowed to consider whether or not the defendant testified. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You weren't to take that into any consideration of that was not to be held against you.
Correct.
Do you have any recollection of whether or not the defendant actually testified in that case or not?
I don't remember at all.
What do you think about that prospect that the defendant doesn't have to testify, doesn't have to put on the defense?
You got proved guilty. I guess it's out of hand, it's up to them.
So you're not of the mindset of the belief that, hey, I've been charged with this horrible crime. I got to get up here and I got to say I didn't do this, or I need to defend myself.
No.
You think that that's fair?
Yes, absolutely.
That the state of Ohio, they've got that burden, and at the end of the case, you hear nothing from me, nothing from Aaron. You base it solely on what they're telling you, and if they haven't reached that burden, you'd be comfortable with the not guilty verdict.
That's the way it all turns out, sure.
What about the rest of you? Anybody else have any different opinions or any thoughts about that? Mr. West? I believe you said you had some prior experience as on a grand jury.
Right, yes.
Yeah, how long ago was that?
I think it was Anika's first year here, so.
So about 15, 16 years ago.
I would have guessed something like that.
Okay. And, so you probably did that, what, on a 3-month basis?
I think so.
Heard all kinds of different cases probably?
Yes, sir.
So you understand that's extremely different animal or what
Sure.
that. Now, one of the questions that would ask most of you, or all of you, have been asked whether or not you were a victim of a crime. And I know some of you followed up to say, not only, maybe not you, but a family member or close or a friend or something like that was a victim. I don't recall anybody really saying that, other than a couple of you saying that you had family members that were, or close family members that were victims of crime. Mr. Parker?
My dad had his 4-wheeler stolen. Sheriff Department did not find it.
How long ago was that?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Now again, as we talked about previously, and Ms. Collins indicated, this is the only time that we really get to talk back and forth. This is our only exchange. And again, we're talking about uncomfortable subjects, but just the fact that we're here in a room with mostly strangers, most of us are wearing masks. I spent most of my time in the past when I deal with juries. One of the first things that I try to do is I try to look at a person's face. I try to write something down about it that will trigger my memory so that I can then refer to you by your name. Because one of the first things that we do here is we introduce ourselves. And I introduce myself, and of course I know your names. It's very difficult not being able to see your faces. This is just very difficult, very strange times that we're all dealing with. Now, Ms. Burton, I believe you also indicated that you've had grand jury experience.
I did.
How long ago was that?
Mine was 4 years ago.
4 years ago. And again, you were probably on for a 3-month term.
Yes.
And I believe you're also an RN, is that correct?
I am.
Where?
I work at Adena Regional Medical Center in Chillicothe.
How long have you been
There or as a nurse?
Both.
As a nurse, I've been a nurse for 12 years and I've been at Adena for 2.
Were you employed in Highland County prior to that?
I have not. I was at Adams County Regional Medical Center in Seaman.
As a result of your work experience, have you had the opportunity to deal with alleged sex assault?
I have. I did work at Cincinnati Children's at one point in time.
How long ago was that?
2012 to 2015.
You were as an RN there also?
As an RN, yes.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about your experience there? Were you just in the ER or?
I worked on the cystic fibrosis floor, but sometimes we would float to the emergency room and deal with domestic violence situations. Yes.
Now, as a nurse, you're familiar with the term mandatory reporter?
Yes.
What does that mean?
To me, that means you have to have the proof. You have to make sure that the kid isn't lying, and you have to investigate everything before you report it to usually management and then the police or CPS.
But as your job as a nurse, you understand that you are a mandatory reporter.
Yes.
So basically, that means that if someone makes an accusation to you, you're required to take an affirmative action. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is that action?
Usually we go to our managers and then get social work involved.
Ms. Reed, I know you're also an RN.
Yes.
You're familiar with mandatory reporting?
Yes.
Do you agree with Ms. Burton's assessment of that?
Yes.
Have you ever had an occasion where you had to do that? You're aware that there are certain other professions that require you to do that?
Yes.
Ms. Freeman? You indicated that you had experience in Claremont County with CASA.
Yes,
How long was that experience?
it's, 2 or 3 years, and it's been, probably 8 years since I've done it.
Okay. You had to go through with certain educational requirements and things like that to be
Quite a bit,
certified, correct?
quite a bit.
Can you tell me a little bit about that, or tell everyone exactly what that means?
Well, we had, I don't know, hours, seemed like hours and hours of classes, explaining the different things that happen in families. We did have some folks from Children's Hospital come out and talk to us. I don't know, it's been a while. It was pretty extensive.
You had a lot of classwork, correct?
Right,
And you became certified in order to do these, correct?
correct.
And I believe you were doing it that long ago. Was that still Judge Weiler's court?
Yes,
Okay. And you did it for about 2 or 3 years.
right.
Now, you indicated that you've never had any experience with any alleged sex assault.
No, I did not have a case that involved that, but we certainly were trained in regard to that.
How many cases do you think you're involved with this part of Castle?
Probably 3 or 4.
3 or 4?
Yeah.
During that 2-year period?
Yeah.
Okay. Were these cases that like drug on for a while, or were they?
I had one that
short?
lasted the entire time that I was a guardian. They aged out, and I had children that were removed and placed back. There were just all sorts of situations.
Now, do you have children of your own?
Only stepchildren.
All the stepchildren. And how long were you involved in these children's lives?
From, I think the youngest was 7 when I married his father, and he's in his 40s, so.
It's a long time.
And the rest of them are all well aged.
So you were involved with it not only as young children, but teenagers and things like that?
Grandchildren,
Yeah.
the whole thing.
And you also, as again, you also were, this is work for casting. Ever have indications or any instances where, like, say, your stepchildren might not have been honest with you?
I'm sure.
Any deceptive behavior, anything like that, maybe you didn't acquire?
I remember one big party that took place while I was out of town. But
How'd you find out about it?
they were still there when we got home.
I'm not gonna ask how that turned out. Mr. Bergstrom?
Yes,
Now, I believe you indicated you served as an alternate juror, correct?
that's correct.
How long ago was that?
Oh, that has been 30, 40 years ago.
Oh, a long time ago.
Yeah.
Criminal case also?
No, I think it was, I can't remember, something to do with automobile. I don't know if it was a speeding charge or something. I'm not sure.
Did you feel disappointed in any way that like you didn't participate in making the decision?
A little bit, because I had to sit there through the whole thing and then I could make a decision.
Did you hang around and see what the decision was?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever, like, look it up later or ask anyone?
Well, I talked to someone afterwards, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have further questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear some static while we talk up here at the bench and, again, let the receiver here. Just be patient. Councilman Crowe. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have jury. So as I read your name, L, sorry, for you, if you would just vacate your back, have it stand by on there. Oh, never mind. Okay. I'm sorry. My old habits, I'm so used to doing it this way for 45 years, I still forget what we're doing here sometimes. Okay. As I call the names of those who have been excused, the jury will be on this side, two alternates will be over here. And so, those of you that are on the left side have been excused, I'm going to read your names, and you will be the ones that go over here. And so, Mr. Early, Ms. Rocky, Mr. Stevens, Mr. Carter, Mr. McClure, Ms. Detweiler, all of you are excused. You can just go on down to the clerk's office and they will take care of any work excuses and compensation. Thank you for hearing today. All right, now, I don't want to confuse you, but I know you're all wearing badges and have your numbers on it. Those are how we drew you for the numbers you were assigned. But we are using seat numbers. And so when I call you, you'll be in a seat. And first three in the front row, the next three in the second row. So seat number 1 will be Anna Ritter. So Ms. Ritter, Ms. Early, you are excused. I'm not your name. Okay, I'm sorry, you're excused. Ms. Ritter will take that seat. Ashley Lloyd will be in seat number 2 in the front row. All right, in seat 6 will be Tracy Taylor. Seat 8 in the middle of the 3rd row, Gary West. And seat 9 next to Mr. West will be Kathleen Reed. And then in seat 12, Susan Burton.
Summer.
Pardon?
Summer.
I've got the wrong name down. Councilman Burton. Summer. Oh, okay, Summer Burton. I'm sorry. I couldn't understand what you were saying. Summer Burton. All right. And then we are seating 2 alternates, and you've heard a little description of a couple of people served as alternates, and I was lucky enough to make it in the first one today. But you will sit through the trial, and you will, when you complete the trial, unless something has happened to one of the first 12, you will not participate. Alternates are kind of like the court's insurance policy, because if we only had 12 and something happened, we wouldn't be able to finish the case and have to retry it. So you will sit through the trial, and you'll still be instructed. And I have had actually twice here since I've been a judge in the last 13 years where we've had alternates and happened again and participated. So that will be your role today. First alternate will be Gloria Flannery. You'll be on the first seat in the front row. And second alternate will be Melissa West. You'll be on the second seat in the front row. And the remainder of you are all excused. Go with these other folks. And we thank you for appearing here. You could be subject to be called through the end of September, but usually we'll call you maybe twice in the quarter. So, but you'll get a notice if that happens. But again, thank you for appearing. All right, Mr. Thompson, you would administer the oath to the jury, please. Those folks that are watching on the YouTube channel in the basement admin building are reporting to the clerk's office as well. Thank you for your parents as well.
Please stand. Raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm that you will diligently inquire into and carefully deliberate all matters between the state of Ohio and Aaron D. Buckley? Do you swear or affirm you will do this to the best of your skill and understanding, without bias or prejudice, under the penalties of perjury, so help you God? If so, please answer, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to give you just a few brief instructions, and then we'll take a 15-minute break. Now, during the break, you may leave the room and go to the restrooms. That's a jury room right there in the back. The door's open. There's a bathroom back there. There's also coffee as well as bottled water if you want it in the back. There's also a drinking fountain right out the back door there. And then the restrooms will be around this hallway here. To the left, there's the men's by the domestic relations courtroom. And then the restrooms downstairs for men and women. And you can use an elevator to go all around. Through here, there's an elevator in the back of the building. And then there's also soft drinks downstairs at the ground level from the 4 Street. So you can go get any of those you wish. There's also a snack machine down there. Now, during the break, you can call if you need to call work family member or someone else that needs, that you might have had some arrangements with, you need to let them know you're not going to be available. You can do that. You must keep the phones turned off and come back in. Also, when you do make calls, don't talk to anybody about it. You can tell you're on a jury, but don't tell them what the case is about, who involves, or anything like that. Just say, I can't talk about it. During the break, don't look up anything on any social media, any research on anything that might be on the internet about the case. Don't talk with each other about the case. You can talk about anything else, like the hot weather. But don't talk about the case, don't talk about any people involved. When we come back in, come back to your assigned seat. Normally we have people sent to the jury room, but since, again, we're doing the modifications for COVID protocols, you'll just come back to your seats here. So I have 10, 11, so let's come back at 10:25.
Go ahead. Stay with the jury. Yep.
Mr. Ring, were these your questionnaires there?
Yes.
Fantastic.
I gave you the ones that I got today and the ones that you sent previously. So,
Thank you. Yeah, I thought I faxed some to you.
I just did a little bit.
Could have been changes and stuff. You're exactly right.
There were actually a couple of questionnaires I could give you today that I didn't have in the packet. So. Good. All right, I made sense. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
What are you doing? Where are your busy days? Oh, okay. So you're being busy. Oh, you're being busy. Yeah, that's right. But I didn't. But I didn't get my, I didn't bring it up. I don't want to do 60 hours, 5 days a week, that I have, getting it on track. Well, this year, it's out there, so and hats, shirts, pants, socks. Yeah, but it's hard. It's system. It's very easy to see on the grass field. I can see that on purpose. Yeah, see.
Drive. Thank you, please. All right, we're back on record. State versus Aaron D. Ludden. I'll remind everybody to turn off your phones again, please, and don't just on silent. Make sure they're off. Don't get any alarms or notifications. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, jury notice is strange to some of you, and some of you had it prior experience with explanations in order for the and the rules in this trial. Those who participate in trials must do so in accordance with established rules. That's true of the witnesses and the lawyers and of the judge, and particularly the juror. The lawyers present the evidence according to the rules. The judge enforces those rules and determines what evidence may be admitted. The jury will be the sole judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight to be given to the testimony. Now, after the conclusion of the evidence, the court will instruct you regarding the law, and you'll apply the law to those facts. It's your sworn duty as jurors to accept the law as it is given to you by the court. Now, the procedure for the trial will be as follows. First, the attorneys will make opening statements which outline what they expect the evidence to be. The opening statements are not evidence, but simply a preview of the claims of each party, which are designed to help you follow the evidence as it's presented. After the opening statements, the state will offer its evidence. Now, once the state rests, the defendant may, but need not, offer evidence. If the defendant does present evidence, then the state may, but is not required, to present rebuttal evidence. The trial will then conclude with the instructions of law by the court, arguments of counsel, and then deliberations on the charges until verdicts are reached. Now, the questioning of witnesses will go as follows. First, the party that calls a witness will ask them questions first. That's called direct examination. After the direct examination, then the opposing attorney will ask questions, and that's called cross-examination. Then the party that called the witness may ask additional questions relating only to those matters that were brought up on the cross-examination. That's called redirect examination. Then that concludes the questioning. Now, jurors are not permitted to ask questions. In case you wonder, we don't permit that. Now, during the trial, the attorneys will undoubtedly make objections. That is the procedure by which an attorney raises a legal issue that must be decided by the judge. And, I apply the law and the rules that are given to me by the state, the Supreme Court, and the Ohio General Assembly in making those decisions. If an attorney objects, and I say it's sustained, that means I've determined that the question or the answer, or both, are not proper under the rules and cannot come into evidence. If I say overruled, then that means I've determined that the question and answer are proper under the rules, and you will hear that evidence. Now, sometimes in the trial procedure, things will go pretty quickly, and a witness will answer a question to which an objection has been made before I have a chance to rule on it. And if I determine after that happens that that answer or question should, or both, should not have been permitted, then you will be instructed at the end of the case, or perhaps even during the trial, disregard that testimony. And if an attorney says move to strike, it means the same thing. It means it's stricken. And that means that you can't consider it in your deliberations. And so I know that, you're not computers where you can just erase something, delete it, and it's gone. But what it means is that if in your deliberation somebody refers to that, you have to remind them, no, we can't consider that because that was stricken or we were told to disregard it. So, we cannot consider that testimony. Now, it's important to be fair and attentive through this trial. But as I've indicated already, during breaks, you're not to discuss the matter among yourselves or with anyone else. If you text or tweet or post on Facebook or any other types of social media, you're not to communicate or make any postings about this trial during those breaks, including overnight. You're not permitted to allow anyone to discuss it with you on social media. And you're not allowed to let anybody discuss it with you, and you're not to discuss it with anyone else in person during the breaks. Now, it may be difficult why I instruct you can't discuss it among yourselves. Well, the reason for that is that the jury is composed of 12 people who deliberate, and they have to deliberate as a group. And so 2 or 3 or 4 jurors, they're hanging out together at a break or lunch or something. You're not permitted to discuss that because that doesn't include all 12. And in addition, you're not permitted to discuss it or form any opinions about anything until the conclusion of the case, which is all the evidence and all the instructions of the law, opening and closing statements, and that everything that's required. So you're not to discuss anything about the trial with each other or again anyone else until the trial is over. And since we will be coming back tomorrow, you'll need to explain this to your family and friends if anyone asks you about it. I know sometimes people said, well, I was on the jury and I was allowed to talk about it, but they've apparently forgotten that not until it's over. Once there's a verdict reached and the case is concluded, that's when you can talk about it. While it's in progress at no time, can you discuss it with them. You're not to investigate or attempt to take any information about this case outside of the courtroom. It's highly improper to do so. It was alluded to in the voir dire. You're not allowed to go out and, for instance, go by the scene of the alleged incident. You're not allowed to look anything up on the internet. Today, there's almost any word you put in a search, you're going to get something back. And so if you hear about something during the testimony, you think, that's interesting, I wonder, I'd like to know more about that, or I wonder if that's right, I'm going to go look it up on the internet. You can't do that, because you then be getting information that is not part of the case. You're limited to considering this case based on the evidence that's going to be admitted through witnesses and exhibits, and those type of things. Now, in the event that, again, during the day, sometimes we've had this happen, so that's why I bring it up. Sometimes people walking down the hallway and out of the first floor of the courthouse, or maybe at a restaurant, or stopping at a gas station or something, may run into people that know something or talk about the case. Doesn't happen very often, but again, it has happened. So what I'm talking to you about is everything that I've lived through. And so if that happens, just move away from the conversation, or if you're in a position where you can, just say, look, I'm a juror on that case, please not discuss this while I'm present until I leave. If anything of that nature should happen, or anything else that comes up that you think should be bring to the attention of the court, let one of the bailiffs know, and they'll bring it to my attention, and I'll talk to the attorneys and decide what might need to be done. And occasionally that requires us to question a juror. And so one of the reasons I may give this following instruction is because of a case that happened a number of years ago when I was a prosecutor, and that is the juror, instead of coming to the bailiff, went back in the jury room and asked the other jurors, well, here's what happened, do you think I should report it? And everybody said yes, or at least enough of them said yes, but anyway, the juror did. Well, unfortunately, then what happened then was we had to ask not just the juror who had had the incident happen, then we had to ask questions about all of the jurors, including the alternates, as to if they had any impact on their position as a juror and then with that. So we ended up spending a couple of hours in an afternoon instead of trying the case, questioning jurors. So in order, if you have any doubt, don't ask for advice from one of your fellow jurors. Just bring it to the bailiff's attention. You're not to read, view, or listen to any report in any media form, whether it be in the newspaper, on the internet, radio or television. I don't think we'll make those, but anything on the internet or social media, because it's not uncommon now for things to get posted, during a proceeding. And so if there is anything like that, you're not to read it, nor are you allowed to have someone else read it or tell you what it's about, or to view it in your presence where you're able to see it. And the reason for that is that people that, of course, used to be, it was just reporters, either television, radio, or newspaper. Now we have the internet and we have social media. So everybody's got to put information out there and comment about anything they want to. whoever does that, whether they're a professional reporter or if they're just a social media activist, they're not jurors. They're not under the same obligations you are, only to consider the evidence and only after you've heard everything in the trial, these statements, closing arguments, and instructions of the court. So you're not permitted to let anything like that come into your knowledge. I don't permit notes taking a short trials, and 2-day trial is actually relatively short. I'll talk about maybe a week more. And the reason for that is because since it's a relatively short trial, a lot of times I refer back to when I started as a freshman at Ohio State in 1969. I hate to admit, and my first class, being a kid from the country in a small town, I was writing everything down in the professor's state. And it wasn't until next day I realized about 90% of what I wrote down wasn't even relevant because we talked about logistics and things of that nature. And so what I'm concerned about is that by the time you start getting in the flow of things and understanding what's you need to remember, what you don't need to remember, it can interfere with you doing this. So you'll see me writing and listening and even talking at the same time. I claim to my wife that I'm able to multitask effectively. She thinks I just make more mistakes quicker. But in any event, we don't want you to do that. Okay. And then, as I've already noted, there will be objections made, and sometimes I'll have the attorneys come up to the bench like we did during the selection process, and that's for us to discuss some things. It might be something like logistics, or it may be an issue regarding an objection. And the attorneys want to, give me more information about what the answer of the question is, what the possible responses are, and argue their points. And then I make a ruling. And if I decide that it was not proper and sustain the objection, if you listen to all of that, that just adds to your burden of more things that you're not supposed to use in your deliberation. So we do it that way in order not to keep you from hearing something you should, but to keep you from hearing something that under the law you should not. And so that is the reason. Okay, so with that, that will conclude the instructions of the court. And again, remember those at all times during all breaks and recesses. I'll try to remind you of it during each break, but if I don't, again, this is to be the instructions here to follow during the entire trial. Now, at this stage, we'll move to the opening statements of counsel. Opening statements are not evidence and not arguments. They're simply their statement or preview, if you will, of what they believe the evidence will show and what they believe will be the outline of the case. And so you're accepted for that and not for any other purpose. So with that, I'll call upon the state of Ohio to make its opening statement. Ms. Collins.
May it please the court, Mr. Ring. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, today and tomorrow I am going to present the testimony and evidence to prove that the defendant, Aaron Ludwig, subjected his daughter, Naomi, to the absolute worst abuse imaginable. Truly the stuff that nightmares are made of. When Naomi was 2 years old, she and her mom, Marnie, and her father, Aaron, moved to apartment number 4 in Leesburg in Highland County. When Naomi was 4, her younger sister, Maxine, was born. When Max was 2 and Naomi was 6, Marnie, their mom, went back to work. She typically worked first shift, and that was when Naomi's nightmare began. Naomi was only 6 years old when the defendant, her father, called her to the living room. He was sitting in the blue recliner. He told her to sit on a chair. He took his penis out of his pants and put 6-year-old Naomi's hand on his penis. He instructed her how to masturbate him. And while she did so, he placed his fingers into her vagina. This was the beginning of Naomi's torturing childhood, abuse that would last and escalate over the next 8 years of her life. When the defendant wanted Naomi to come to his room so that he could enact his sexual fantasies on her, he would say, "Let's hang out," and she would know what was about to happen. But Naomi was young. She's a people pleaser. She was scared. She was taught to obey, and she did obey. She wanted to be his good girl. As she got older, in the 2nd grade, the abuse got worse, and vaginal sex started.
If Naomi told the defendant he'd get her, he yelled at her. When he couldn't penetrate her vaginally, he would penetrate her anally. Naomi actually encouraged the anal sex because it meant the rape would go faster. When Naomi was in the 4th grade, they moved from the apartment in Leesburg to a house in Highland. And it was in this house, in the defendant's bedroom, in the corner, that he taught Naomi how to perform oral sex on him. He would take her to the corner of the room where they couldn't be seen if Max, Naomi's younger sister, walked by. He would place her back against the wall, tell her to kneel, and to put her mouth on his penis. If the defendant was unable to ejaculate, he would take Naomi back to the bed and instruct her to finish him with her hand. When Naomi was in the 5th and 6th grade, the vaginal sex increased. And this nightmare was Naomi's life until she was 14 years old. Once or twice a week, for 8 years, the defendant would call her to his room to hang out and force her to perform different sex acts with him. When she turned 14 and she started her period, and then the sexual abuse stopped. And then one day he called her to the couch to watch movies. Once on the couch, he instructed her to undress, and he put on a condom, the only time he'd ever worn a condom. And he performed anal sex on Naomi. She closed her eyes and focused on the song playing in the background. Now, after she started her period, the defendant insisted that Naomi get on birth control. Insisted this, even though he completely controlled Naomi. She didn't have, she wasn't allowed to have a boyfriend. She didn't go to parties. She didn't go out with friends. He didn't even want her to go to the homecoming dance. She wasn't old enough to drive. She didn't go to parties. She didn't work. And yet the defendant insisted she be put on birth control. Now often people ask, why didn't she tell someone? Well, Naomi did tell. She told her friends when she was 9 years old. She explained things to them that they didn't understand at all. But Naomi didn't tell her mom. She was afraid to get into trouble. She wanted to be a good girl, and she didn't want to break up their family. Remember, even though this man is making her life hell, he is her father, and she does love him. But as Naomi got older, when she was 16, the defendant lost interest in the entire family, and he started seeing someone else. When he told Marnie, Naomi's mom, that he was leaving, Marnie was sad. She had no idea what was happening in her home. See, again, Marnie worked 3rd shift, and she has for years, and that is when the defendant would abuse Naomi while Marnie was at work. On January 20th, Naomi blurted out to her boyfriend that her father had been sexually abusing her for years, and she hoped he left. Adam went straight to his mom. Now, Lily, Adam's mom, understood what needed to happen. Naomi needed to feel safe. So the next morning, Lily talked with Naomi, and she promised her that no matter what, she would keep her safe, that she had to go tell her mom. Having that kind of courage, or having that kind of support, gave Naomi the courage that she needed to go to her mom. Marnie immediately took action. She took Naomi to the Highland County Sheriff's Office, where they met with Detective Vinnie Antinor. Detective Antinor specializes in child abuse and sexual assault cases, and he briefly spoke with Naomi, and then he sent her to Children's Hospital to the Mayerson Clinic so that she could speak with a forensic interviewer who specializes in forensic interviews. Detective Antinor didn't sit at the office and wait to hear back from Children's Hospital, though. He and his partner, Detective Erica Eagle, went to the defendant's home with a search warrant. They knew that physical evidence would not likely exist, as the last sexual assault had been 2 years before Naomi had reported it. But there were other things Naomi had talked about, like a camera, and they found the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the facts of the case. The defendant raped his daughter once or twice a week for 8 years. Finally, Naomi has had the courage to stop this man. At the end of this testimony, after you hear Naomi talk about the abuse that she underwent, and after you review the evidence, I am confident you will help this nightmare end for her and find this man guilty of all counts. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ring, on behalf of the defendant.
May it please the court, Mrs. Hobbs, Mr. King. Ladies and gentlemen, I expect the evidence to show this case didn't start back in 2010. 2014. What happened is, I expect the evidence to show you, is Naomi was a 15 and a half year old girl who was wanting to do things. She was wanting to leave the house. She was wanting to be able to drive. That, yes, Aaron worked first shift, Marty worked second shift. There were time periods that Naomi was home with Aaron, with her father. Somebody has to be the disciplinarian. Somebody has to do things. Somebody has to say no. I would anticipate the evidence to show you that sometime in October, November, December, Naomi got a boyfriend. Now, not only was her father aware of this, her mother was also aware of this. There were instances where I anticipate the evidence to show there were instances where Aaron was at work. He received calls from Marty wanting to know where's Naomi. She would be gone for a period of hours, but wanted to know where she was. When Aaron would come home, it would be disciplined. He was the one who provided the discipline. He was the one who did the grounding. I anticipate the evidence to show you that he was 37, now 38 years old. He's a licensed aircraft mechanic, been working there for a number of years. That he is has lived a very normal, average, boring life. He has been on the council, the village council for Highland. He was also involved as a soccer coach for the younger daughter, Maxine, for a number of seasons. He also was a board of trustees on the fire department. He's been involved in the community, involved in school, and sometime in late December 2020 or January 2021, Aaron went to Brazil, took a vacation, worked approximately 100 hours overtime last year. He took a vacation, wasn't a family vacation. I anticipate the evidence is going to show you that he met someone while he was in Brazil, and he communicated with them. That all came to a head on January 20th, 2021. That's when Marty, his paramour of 19 years, became aware of this. I anticipate the evidence to show you that Naomi heard most of this argument, heard her mother sobbing, heard the hurt, and at that point in time, the next day, she came forward with these accusations. I don't anticipate the state's going to show you one iota of any physical evidence. It's just not there. And I anticipate at the conclusion you're going to be able to make a determination that the state has failed to prove these facts. Thank you.
Right, thank you. All right, first witness.
Naomi Ludwig.
Have you been sworn into the clerk's office?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, this is being streamed on YouTube. Do you wish to have your face obscured and not seen, or do you have any concern about that?
Not seen.
I'm sorry?
Not seen things.
Okay, all right, we'll make sure that happens then. So just give me a moment to change the camera here so that that doesn't happen. Change. Yes, sir. Go here and have a seat right there, and pull your mask down while you're testifying. Now that thing with the red light is a microphone. You would slide that, put it over to the left part of the goes, and then kind of lean forward and keep your voice up and speak to that when you're answering your question. Okay? All right, remain quiet.
Please state your name for the record.
Naomi Ludwig,
Can you spell your first and last name?
Nayomieludwick.
How old are you, Naomi?
17,
When is your birthday?
June 16, 2004.
What grade are you in?
12th grade.
Is today your first day of your senior year?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as State Exhibit 10. for identification purposes. Does this accurately reflect your age and year, what grade you were in, and where you were in school at the time?
Yes.
Just put this here.
Yeah, right there.
Tell me about school, Naomi.
I take one class at high school and then I do my college credit classes online with Southern State. So I'll have my associate's degree when I graduate college. I'm in high school this year.
Are you married?
No.
Who are your parents?
Marinella Jimeno and Aaron Ludwig.
Do you have any siblings?
I have a younger sister, Maxine Ludwig.
How old's Maxine?
13.
You guys call her Max?
Yeah.
What's your address right now, Naomi?
7925 Church Street, Highland, Ohio.
Before that, do you remember your address?
100 Elm Street, apartment 4, Leesburg, Ohio.
You moved from there when you were 9, correct?
Yes.
So how do you remember that?
I was starting 4th grade.
How do you remember that prior address?
Oh, I learned it in school.
How long have you lived at your current address?
8 or 9 years.
Are both of those addresses in Highland County?
Yes.
How's your relationship with Max, your sister?
We're really close.
What about your mom?
She's my best friend.
How's your relationship with your dad?
Okay, you have to speak more directly into the microphone and keep your voice up, please, so we can hear, so everybody can hear you.
How's your relationship with your dad?
Not good.
Do you see your father, Aaron Ludwig, in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you put him out for the court? Please let the record reflect the witness identify the defendant.
Sure.
Why is your relationship with your dad bad?
He used to make me do bad things.
What kind of bad things?
Sexual things.
Let's talk about when you were in the 1st grade. How old were you in the 1st grade?
6 years old.
Was that in 2010?
Yes.
So you were living in the apartment in Leesburg then?
Yes.
Was there a chair in the living room at the apartment that you remember?
Yes. A blue recliner.
Why does that chair stick out in your memory?
My dad would make me come to the chair and sit with him and rub his penis while he put his fingers inside of me.
Did he put his fingers inside of you where?
My vagina.
After that time, did anything else happen like that?
Yes.
How often did things like that happen?
About 1 or 2 times a week whenever my mom was at work.
For a month, for a year?
Until I was 14.
So from 6 until 14?
Yes.
Where did these things usually happen in the house?
In his bedroom.
And how would he get you to come to the bedroom?
He would tell me to come hang out with him.
Once in the bedroom, how would things typically start when you were younger?
He would lay down and make me rub his penis.
Would he ejaculate when you did that?
Sometimes.
And where would he ejaculate? What would he do?
On his stomach and then wipe it off with his t-shirt.
How old were you in the 2nd grade?
7.
Was that in 2011?
Yes.
Do you remember a TV in your parents' bedroom?
Yeah, there was a big gray old style TV.
Why do you remember the TV?
Because I would stare at it.
Okay. You would stare at it when what happened?
When he would put his penis inside of me,
Put it inside of where?
my vagina.
Did you say anything to him when you did that?
Yeah, I would cry, and then I would get yelled at to stop crying.
Did you feel anything? Sorry.
Yeah, I told him it hurt.
Did he stop doing it when you told him it hurt? Did he stop doing that?
Sometimes.
In 2012, what grade were you in?
Third.
Third grade? How old were you in the third grade?
8.
Did the defendant, your dad, still try to penetrate your vagina at that point?
Yes.
Did he do something different? When he was trying to do that, did he do something different?
He tried to put it in my butt.
Did you say anything to him about that?
I told him to stop.
What did he say to you?
He said he would just put the tip in.
At some point, did he continue to do that until it just happened?
Yes.
And how did you feel about the anal sex?
I hated it, but it would get it over with faster.
Would he ejaculate when he did that?
Yes.
Where would he ejaculate at?
On my back, usually.
In the fourth grade, how old were you?
9.
Was that in 2013?
Yes.
Did you move that year?
Yes.
Where'd you move?
The Highland house.
Where you live now?
Yes.
What was the layout of that house?
Me and my sister's rooms are upstairs, and our parents' bedroom was downstairs, attached to the kitchen.
Tell me about the corner of your parents' bedroom.
He would make me go into the corner with my back to the wall so that you couldn't see from the door, and would make me suck on his penis.
And when you say you can see his, from the door, explain what you mean.
Like the door to the kitchen, you couldn't see through into the room from the corner.
Did he ejaculate when you did that?
No.
What would you do to make him ejaculate?
We had to go back to the bed and finish with my hand.
Do you remember going to a sleepover in the fourth grade at Max and Ruth's house?
Yes.
Who else was at the sleepover?
Hallie, Anna, and Katie.
I didn't get the last one.
Katie.
When you say Hallie, what's Hallie's last name?
Hamilton.
Did something happen while you were at the sleepover? Let's go. When you guys got ready for bed, where were you sleeping?
I was sleeping on a bed with Anna.
And where were the other girls?
They were on a couch.
Okay. And did something happen? Did you do something to Anna that you remember?
Yeah, we were touching each other in our pants.
Do you know what pumping means?
Yes.
Was that happening?
Yes.
And did the other girls say, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What did you tell them?
I told them that that's what my dad made me do. And that I would lay with him until white stuff came out, and then we'd be done.
Do you remember being at the lunch table at school a few days later?
Yes.
Did you guys talk about that again?
Yes.
Who was at the lunch table?
Kylie Faber, Hallie, Anna, and me.
And what did you say to your friends then?
I told them that he would make me lay with him until white stuff came out.
After that, did anyone at the school talk to you?
No.
As you moved into middle school, did the sexual assault stop or change in any way? What did you and your dad do most often as you were in middle school?
Vaginal.
Vaginal what?
Sex.
How old were you in the 5th and 6th grade?
10 and 11.
I gonna show you what's previously been marked as number 2 for identification purposes. I'm gonna ask you, if you recognize what's in this bag. You can take it and take it out of the bag. You don't have to, no, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And I'm going to show you what's been previously been marked as State's Exhibit 2, okay? Do you recognize this?
Yes.
How do you recognize this?
He used to make me wear it.
When you say he, who are you talking about?
Aaron Ludwig.
Does this go with that?
Yes.
And where was this at in the house?
In his closet.
Did he buy that for you or for someone else?
It was for my mom. But it didn't fit her anymore, so he made me wear it.
On your 14th birthday, did the defendant take you shopping?
Yes.
What did he buy you?
We went to Walmart and he made me pick out thong underwear.
Did you want thong underwear?
No.
Where were the underwear kept at your house?
In his closet.
And when would you have to wear them?
When he would have sex with me.
I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 3 for identification purposes.
Yes.
You recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it, ma'am?
It's the video camera that he used to record me during anal sex.
How old were you when he recorded you? Do you remember how old you think you were?
I think I was about 12 years old.
Do you know what happened to that video?
No. He put the camera under the bed to re-record over it, just a black screen.
As the defendant, your father, was raping you, did he ever say anything to you?
He would call me a good girl.
What happened if you told him no, or if you resisted, or if you wouldn't come to the bedroom?
He would yell at me and then ground me and just take away my phone so I couldn't talk to anyone.
Were you afraid of him?
Yes.
Why?
Because he was controlling and just had a bad temper.
Tell me, how was he controlling?
He would rarely let me go to sleepovers or hang out with my friends and didn't want me to go to school dances.
Are you making this story up because he wouldn't let you do those things?
No.
Tell me this, when these things would happen, you and the defendant would be there, but where would Max be?
She would be in her room.
What happened if she came into the bedroom or came downstairs?
He would yell at her to go to bed.
Was there one time that she came into the room?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
She came in and I didn't have any clothes on, so he covered me in a blanket and just yelled at her until she got out.
At some point, did the sexual assault stop?
Yes, when I was 14, I got my period, but there was one time after that.
How old were you? You were 14 when you got your period? What year was that in? You can look at the chart.
2018.
Okay. Tell me about the last time.
He made me come into the living room and lay on the couch. And he wore a condom while he made me do anal sex while there was a K-pop song on the TV, really loud.
What's K-pop?
Korean pop, it's a genre of music.
And do you remember what song was playing?
It was something by Blackpink. I don't know the song.
Had he ever worn a condom when he had sex with you before that?
No.
In December of 2020, did the defendant leave your home for a while?
Yes.
Where did he go?
Brazil for 2 weeks.
Did he return in January of 21?
Yes.
What did you notice when he returned? What did you see with your eyes notice when he returned?
He was video chatting with some woman a lot, like every day.
And Naomi, did you have a boyfriend by this time?
Yes.
Did your parents know that you had a boyfriend?
No.
What is your boyfriend's name?
Adam Berliner.
On January 20th, did you tell Adam something about your father?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I was crying because I was just thinking about it that day. And then I just blurted out to him that he sexually abused me.
Where did this happen? Tell me, how were the two of you talking?
We were on FaceTime.
Okay. So, tell me what FaceTime is. What does that mean?
A video chat.
So you could see each other?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear your parents talking that evening before you blurted that out to Adam?
No.
Did you hear the defendant tell your mom that he was leaving and moving to Brazil?
No, I did not know that.
When did you find out that he was leaving?
After I told my mom.
When did you tell your mom?
The next morning.
Okay. What did you think about him leaving?
I was glad, but I didn't want to have to go with him. I didn't want to have to be alone at his house.
Now, after you told Adam on January 20th that night, after you told him about your dad, what did you guys do that night?
We went to bed, but he told his mom.
On the morning of January 21st, the next morning, what happened?
He talked to me, and his mom talked to me.
When you say he, you talk about Adam again?
Yes.
Okay, Adam. Okay, and then his mom talked to you? What's his mom's name?
Lily Berliner.
And what did Lily tell you?
She told me that she would protect me.
Did she tell you to tell your mom?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go tell your mom?
Yes.
How did that go?
It was really hard.
After you told your mom what had happened, what did you guys do?
We went to the sheriff. Well, first we looked for the camera and the underwear.
Did you find the underwear?
No.
You found the camera. Did you find the tape?
No.
When you got to the sheriff's office, or after you went to the sheriff's office, you spoke with the detective, right?
Yes.
After that, where did you go? Did you have an interview with Ashley at the Mayerson Clinic?
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you tell her about this?
Yes.
And after you told her, did she suggest that you get into some counseling?
Yes.
Did you do that?
Yes.
And have you been diagnosed with anything?
Chronic PTSD.
Are you being treated for that?
Yes.
Amy, why didn't you tell your mom? If this happened for 8 years, why didn't you tell your mom during those 8 years?
I was scared, and I didn't want to break up the family. I didn't want to hurt her.
I have no questions.
Thoughts?
Morning, Ms. Linkley.
Morning.
You've never spoken before, have you?
No.
Never met before?
No.
Let's talk about school. You're a senior now,
Yes.
so that would have been last year you were a junior.
Yes.
When did you start, back up, how did you become involved in taking college courses?
My school has a program where we can take classes at the college for dual credit.
Do you have to take any kind of test or anything, or is like any student eligible to do this, or how does that work?
They take either your ACT grade or you can take an AccuPlacer test, like a placement test.
Did you do either one of those things?
I took the ACT.
How'd you score?
28.
So that's a good score, isn't it?
Yeah.
And as a result of that score, then you were able to go to the college program?
Yeah.
And did that start in your sophomore year or your junior year?
Sophomore.
Okay. And as a result of taking these college-type courses, what was your schedule like? Were you going to school all day, or were you going to the community college, or how did that work?
For a couple semesters, I took a class at the college, like each day of the week, and then I had a few classes at high school. So it was kind of half and half.
Did that change like in your junior year, or did it stay about the same?
In junior year, I took one class at high school and all my college ones online.
Was that, were you taking classes online due to COVID, or just because that was your choice?
Mostly just preference, but also COVID.
And you attending Leesburg Fairfield, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's been your school district, all of us that you've been in school?
Yes.
So last school year, 2020 to 2021, you were only going to the high school for one class a day?
Yes.
What class was that?
Spanish 3.
And what time of day would you have that class?
9 to 10.
So you go to school for an hour, then you come home and do online stuff?
Yes.
Is that every day, or like, okay, I don't feel like doing it today, I'll do it tomorrow? How does that work?
You can choose when you do your assignments, so I would have a schedule for myself throughout the week.
Were you involved in extracurricular activities at school?
Yes, I ran cross country and cheerleading.
When did you start running cross country?
Sophomore year.
I'm assuming you have lots of practices, that sort of thing?
Yeah.
Meets?
Yes.
Goes on for several months of the school year?
Yes.
Did you just participate in it that one year, or were there other years that you participated?
I participated sophomore year, junior year, and I plan to this year.
Were there any other extracurricular activities that you were involved in? Any other school sports or anything you were involved in?
Cheerleading.
Okay, tell me about that.
I have been a cheerleader since 7th grade.
Okay. And is that, I'm assuming that's a school-sponsored event?
Yes.
Lots of practices, lots of games, going here, going there, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Are you involved in any other type of sports or activities outside of school?
My grandpa teaches a karate class, so I help him with that.
So you've been a karate student in the past?
Yes.
When did that start?
Probably when I was about 4 years old.
Tell me what that entailed when you started, like when you were 4 years old.
Just exercises and learning the motions.
Would you actually go to classes, or is this happening like at your grandpa's house, or where?
I would go to the classes.
Where was that located?
At the time, Lynchburg Elementary School.
And was your grandpa teaching those classes there?
Yes.
Okay. And that started when you were about 4 years old?
Yes.
Have you continued to take lessons? Have you progressed? Where are you at this point in time? Are you still doing it?
Yes, I still go every once in a while. I am a black belt now, so I teach the other students.
Okay. So your proficiency level is that you're a black belt?
Yes.
When did that occur?
I think I was probably 12 years old, maybe 13.
What do you have to do in order to become a black belt?
You have to earn stripes on each different colored belt and move up the ranks, and then take a black belt test.
Okay, I guess I need to back up. You said you have to earn stripes. How do you earn stripes?
There are promotions twice a year where you can earn more degrees to each colored belt.
I mean, are there like physical things that you need to be able to do, you need to be able to accomplish before you earn that stripe to go up to the next level?
We have like forms, they're called katas, and you basically memorize them and do all the motions in a certain pattern. So the more difficult, it just shows more skill.
Do you have like, at these classes, is it physical or, with another student or with another person? Or is it simply just doing these exercises and forms and things to that effect?
You can do either way. We do have sparring in class between students, but for promotions you don't have to. It's just forms.
And you became a black belt when you were 12. There are certain degrees of black belts too, is that correct?
Yes.
What degree are you now?
3rd.
And when did you progress to that?
I think last year I got my 3rd degree, because as you become a black belt, it takes longer between promotions.
And you teach the class?
Yes.
To, I'm assuming, younger, less skilled students?
Yes.
How long have you been doing that?
Since my grandpa opened his class in Highland, so that was probably about 2016.
Okay, so at that point in time, you didn't have a driver's license?
No.
How'd you get back and forth to do the classes, things like that?
My grandpa picked us up.
At your residence?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you were living in Leesburg in this apartment, could you describe it for me? What type of housing?
It was an apartment complex, and there was a living room downstairs, and then a kitchen, upstairs, a bathroom, and 2 bedrooms.
And it was an apartment complex, is that fair to say?
Yes.
How many other apartments do you think there would have been?
Maybe 30.
Did you have like next door neighbors, people like were on one side of you, or actually on both sides of you?
Yes.
On both sides of you?
Yes.
Did you know these people?
Yes, I was friends with the neighbors.
What about your parents? Were your parents friends with any of the neighbors?
I would say they talked, but they weren't as close as I was with the kids next door.
Would the kids come over to the apartment, hang out in your apartment, play, watch television, that sort of thing?
The kids were never allowed to come to our apartment, but we would play outside together.
Did you go to their apartment?
A couple times I did.
What adults? Would adults be coming in your apartment back and forth, that sort of thing?
No.
You don't have any recollection of that whatsoever?
No one would usually come to our house.
What about like your grandpa and stuff like that? Was he frequently visited in your home?
Not usually. Usually we would go to his house.
How often would you do that?
I'm not sure.
Fair to say you're close with grandpa?
Yes.
Now you are just turned 17 years old, correct?
Yes.
So this time last year you would have just turned 16 years old.
Yes.
Correct. Do you have an automobile?
Yes.
When did you get a car?
I got a car before I had my license.
Before you had your driver's license?
Yes, my grandpa helped me.
Did your father participate in helping you get a car?
No, my grandpa found it.
Do you know who paid for it?
It came from my savings because I helped at crystal shows over the years with my grandparents.
I don't know what that is. Can you tell me what that is?
Yeah, so my grandparents have like a gem and mineral business. So they would take their crystals to shows to sell, and I would help them with that for ever since I was little. And so they would give me a little bit of money to go buy things to sell, and whatever I made from that would go into a savings.
And were these like local, or would you be going to places all over the country?
Not all over the country, but definitely around Ohio a lot.
These would be things like you'd be gone for a weekend, or just like an overnight trip, or just a couple hours during the day, or what?
Usually an overnight trip or less.
An overnight trip or less.
Yes.
What's the furthest you think you ever went to go?
I don't remember.
Do you remember like what years you would have been going on these trips? These crystal sales?
Probably from first grade to about 7th grade maybe. Just whenever they asked me to go.
Now, you said you got a car before you were 16, so that would have been before you got your driver's license. When did you get your driver's license?
The August after I turned 16.
So, a year ago.
Yes.
But you had the car a few months prior to that.
Yes.
Now, obviously, there's a situation when you're 15 and a half, you can get like a temporary thing to be able to drive with a licensed driver, correct?
Yes.
Did you have a car during that time period, during that time period?
Yes.
Okay. Were you driving around during that time period?
With my parents?
Yeah.
Yes.
So your parents, they were riding shotgun, and you went wherever you wanted to go, around town or wherever.
It wasn't really wherever I wanted to go. It would just be when we were going somewhere, I would drive for practice.
Now, the family dynamics. Your mother works at Aristide, correct?
Yes.
What does she do there? Do you know?
I'm not sure. I think she's in the assembly line.
Factory work, you think?
Yes.
All right. You have any idea what kind of money she makes?
No.
Okay. And your father, you know what he does?
Airplane mechanic.
Okay. You know how long he's been doing that job?
A couple years.
Okay. Now, are you familiar? The house is located there in Highland. Did you name the house is in?
I know that he just bought it.
Say he.
Aaron Ludwig.
Your father.
Yes.
And how long ago did you buy that?
This year.
And you've all been living in that home for a number of years, correct?
Yes.
Now, you said on direct examination that at some point in time you got a boyfriend, is that correct?
Yes.
When did that happen?
October of last year.
And is he a fellow student with you at Leesburg?
Yes.
So you met him through school?
Yes.
And neither one of your parents knew about your boyfriend prior to January of 2020, is that correct?
No.
Wait a minute, it's not correct?
It is correct.
Okay.
They didn't know.
The way you asked the question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Your mom didn't know, your dad didn't know you had a boyfriend, correct?
Correct.
They didn't find out till January 20th or 21st of 2021, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, during that time period of October till January 20th, 21st of this year, did you have occasion to go to your boyfriend's house?
Objection. Relevance. This isn't even a time frame in life.
Yeah, I was just saying that.
So, you indicated also that your father went on a vacation in December, January of last year, this year, correct?
Yes.
He was gone for about 10 days.
Yes.
And when he came back, you indicated that you saw him having video chats or something with another woman. Is that correct?
Yes.
Where would these be taking place?
The first time that I heard him, he was in his room, and then after that, he would go out to his car in the middle of the night.
Now, when he went out to his car in the middle of the night, you didn't have the ability to know who he was talking to, did you? You weren't out there in the backseat of the car or anything like that, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, your sister Maxine, how much younger is she than you?
4 years.
She's involved in extracurricular activities and stuff, has been as well.
In the past.
Like soccer.
Yes.
Your father was a soccer coach, I think.
For a little while.
You never played soccer or anything, right?
When I was in kindergarten, I did.
Was he your coach as well?
No.
And you only played that one season?
That I know of.
Okay. All right. So, you had an occasion then to hear your parents having a disagreement or something on January 20th of 2021, is that correct?
I did not hear them.
You didn't hear anything?
No.
Did you have occasion to see your, is that your mother's birthday?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't know anything that was unusual, anything about going on between them that evening?
No, I did not know.
Did your mother go to work that evening?
No.
Would that have been something that was unusual?
It was her birthday, so I assumed she had the night off.
Did you observe her around the house or anything there?
I was in my room most of the evening, so I did not see her.
And where is your room in location to your parents' bedroom?
My room's upstairs, theirs is downstairs.
Is yours like directly over their bedroom?
No.
So you really didn't observe your mother at all?
I did not see her.
So, but approximately around midnight or something, you have a FaceTime conversation with your boyfriend, and you blurt out that your father was sexually abusing you.
Yes.
And that was completely out of the blue.
Yes.
You didn't know that your parents were arguing, you didn't know there was any problem with your parents at that point in time at all?
No.
Okay. So you told your boyfriend this, and then you say the next morning you spoke to his mother, Lily?
Yes.
Okay. And you said she supported you or indicated that she was going to try to keep you safe or encourage you to tell your mother?
Yes.
Okay. And eventually that morning, you did tell your mother, is that correct?
Yes.
I want to back up a second. When you were talking to your boyfriend's mother, was that by FaceTime? Was that over the regular phone conversation? Or you actually at their home? Or how did that happen?
It was FaceTime.
Okay, it was FaceTime. So you FaceTimed his mother. And she encouraged you then to tell your mother?
Yes.
All right. And you did tell your mother, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, that was recorded in some manner, was it not?
Yes, she told me she would record it.
Okay. When you say she and he, I don't know exactly who you're talking about.
Lily.
That she would record the conversations taking place between you and your mother.
Yes.
How did that happen?
What do you mean?
I mean, did that whole conversation continue? You were on the line with his mother on the phone was in your pocket, and they were listening to the conversation going on between you and your mother. How did that work?
Yes.
Okay.
That was.
I know you said yes, but you were on the phone with his mother or your boyfriend?
The video call was still going on. They were both in the room. Adam and Lily were both listening, and Lily recorded on her phone the conversation from mine.
That took place between you and your mother?
Yes.
Okay. And who suggested that?
Lily.
So you knew that was going to happen?
She mentioned it.
Okay. Did you tell your mother that you were recording the conversation?
No.
And where did you keep your phone? Was it like in your pocket, or where was that?
I was just holding it.
You were just holding it. And while this was going on, is that the times that you went through the house looking for items?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically, I think that you indicated on direct examination you went to your father's closet looking for a package that's supposed to contain underwear or something?
Yes.
You didn't locate that?
No.
You located a video camera?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that located?
On his shelf.
On his shelf? It wasn't hidden in any manner or anything, was it?
It was under some things.
Let's see.
Papers and just junk.
But it was sitting on a shelf?
Yes.
Okay. Did you move it at that point in time or anything?
We took it to the kitchen to try and watch the video.
You say we, you're talking about you.
Me and my mother.
And what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 2, I believe, the clothing item. Where was that located?
In the closet.
When did you locate whose closet?
Aaron's closet.
And when did you locate that?
That morning, we found the bag.
You found this bag on January the 20th or something?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with it?
We just left it in the closet.
And did it remain there in the closet?
Yes.
When did it come out of the closet again?
I'm not sure.
I mean, was it a month ago? Was it last week?
Objection, ask and answer.
If she knows.
Well, also today, she said she didn't know.
Did you take it out of the closet?
No.
Do you know who did?
I knew my mother was bringing something for Annika asked her to bring something.
So my question was, you didn't take this out of the closet?
No.
Do you think maybe it was your mother?
Maybe.
And you don't know when that occurred?
No, I don't remember.
Did you have birthday parties at your house when you were a kid?
I had one.
When was that?
When we first moved into the house. I turned 9.
So that would have been 2013?
Yes.
Was it like what kind of party was it? Did birthday party, stay overnight, that kind of thing?
Yes, a sleepover.
I'm assuming just girls were staying over?
Yes.
Do you recall who stayed over at that party?
It was about 5 or 6 girls. I don't remember who exactly.
Was Hannah one of the girls?
Who?
I'm sorry, Miss Hamilton, was she one of the girls?
Yes.
And Miss Ballberg, was she one of the girls?
She was not.
Was she at the party, maybe just didn't stay? Or
No, she was not there.
you didn't invite her? Or?
I don't believe I invited her.
Okay. Naomi, how are your grades? I mean, obviously, you're a smart girl, you scored 28 on your ACT, you're taking college courses. How are your grades?
All A's.
You involved, and obviously you're involved outside in extracurricular activities, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall an incident, let's say in December or sometime before your disclosure in January of 2021 that your parents were looking for you, didn't know your whereabouts?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe that was in November.
There was a period of several hours where they weren't able to locate you?
I believe it was only 1 hour. It was not several.
Okay. Can you tell me what happened?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ludwig, then, where were you? Where were you during that 1 hour time period?
I was at Adam's house.
And when you came back home, you didn't tell your parents that you were at his house, right?
No.
Now, you're saying that these incidents are alleged to take place a couple of times a week over an 8-year period. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So if I'm looking at 2 times a week over a year, that's about 100 times. And we're looking at 8 years, 800 times something happened.
Yes.
Okay. And during all those times, you only had one incident where your sister came in the room?
That I can remember.
Okay. I can have just a moment. I don't have anything further at this time, Your Honor.
You're right.
Yeah, Mr. Ring asked you about cross country. You went cross country?
Yes.
How did your dad respond to your cross country needs?
He would push me way too hard, and if I didn't beat a certain girl on the team, I would be grounded.
You talked about being in karate. Karate is an extremely disciplined sport, right?
Yes.
So when you do karate, you learn how to protect yourself, correct?
Yes.
Does karate teach you when it's okay and not okay to use force?
Yes.
And how would your karate teach you about using what you know against your father?
What do you mean?
How would your karate, your instructor, your sensei, how would they feel about you using what you know against your father?
Oh, you are not supposed to use it against family members or people that you know.
Naomi, Mr. Ring asked you about the 20th of January of 21. Did you stay in your room a lot at home?
Yes.
Did Max stay in her room a lot?
Yes.
Why?
Because we didn't want to be around Aaron.
Why not?
because he had bad temper.
Do you know why Lily recorded you telling your mom on the 21st?
She wanted to be able to go to the authorities, to the sheriff if she needed to.
You said that this corset and skirt were found in Aaron's closet.
Yes.
They have separate closets?
Yes.
So, and it was found in a bag?
Yes.
What else was in that bag?
Judge?
You brought it up.
Okay.
What else was in the bag?
Sex toys.
And these were in Aaron's closet.
Yes.
Mr. Ring asked you about Max coming into the room one time. Were there other occasions when Max would come down to the kitchen?
Yes.
What would happen?
She would be walking in the kitchen and he would yell at her to go to bed.
And this is when you were in the bedroom with him?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
You make that answer. You could do it. All right, it's 11:45, so I think we'll go ahead and break now, since we both came here, earlier than before, not before 8 o'clock. So we'll be back at 12:45, and I think we'll probably go between 4 or 5 o'clock, and we'll add in case. During the break, remember all the instructions I've given you, not to talk about the case with anyone, including on yourself. Don't if anyone discuss it with you. Don't have a conversation with any two parties, attorneys, witnesses. Do not communicate about it in any way, in any form, on any social media. Do not attempt to find out anything about it. Do not read anything on the internet, newspaper, any other, watch anything on any other. When you return, just back to the courtroom and be back by 12:45.
Please rise.
I don't know what you said.
Just make sure all cell phones are turned off.
Please rise. Thank you. Be seated, please. Okay, your next witness. Everybody keep your cell phones turned off. And also, we had a report from the Eagles that there were a couple of apparently security cars parked in their lot. I don't think it's any of you, but just so you know that the Eagles lot's not public parking, so.
Face the judge.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office? Okay. Now, this is being broadcast on YouTube since we have it closed down, so it's open to the public, and you can hear your faces shown, or would you like me to have a camera in your back?
No camera.
All right.
No camera.
You don't want to be shown? Okay, all right. just wait right there, let me switch this over. Close it up. All right.
You're good.
Go ahead, Nancy. You can take a mask down when you're testifying, and that microphone right there, the red light, it's on that board. You can slide it all the way in front of you. This board right here. Slide it clear over in front of you, of course, to go. And then lean into it and keep your voice up when you're testifying, please. All right, Shane Warren.
Please state your name for the record.
Marinella Gimino,
Can you spell your first and last name?
Marienella Gimeno.
And have you watched any of this on any of the trial on YouTube?
No.
Do you go by a nickname?
Marnie.
Marnie. Marnie, what is your current address?
7925 Church Street, Highland.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
Where are you employed?
ARC.
And how long have you been employed there?
8 years.
What shift do you work at ARC?
Right now I work first shift.
When did you start working first shift?
Recently, March.
Prior to March, what shift did you work at ARC?
Third shift.
And prior to ARC, do you remember where you worked?
Candlelight.
And when did you go to work at Candlelight?
When my second daughter was 2 years old, 2010.
What shift did you work at Candlelight?
Third shift.
Marnie, are you married?
No.
Do you have children?
Yes.
How many children?
2.
And what are their names?
Naomi and Maxine.
And what is Maxine's date of birth?
July 30, 2008.
And how old is she today?
13.
And what is Naomi's date of birth?
June 16, 2004.
And Marnie, who is the father of your children?
Aaron Ludwig.
How long have you been in a relationship with Aaron Ludwig?
18 years.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Can you please point to him? Please let the record reflect the witness identify the defendant.
Sure.
I'm going to take you back to 2010. Do you recall where you were living in 2010?
Yes. It was apartment in Leesburg.
And was it like an apartment in an apartment complex?
Yes.
Were they low-income apartments?
Yes.
And when did you first move there?
When Naomi was 2.
So would that have been around, I'm sorry?
2006.
2006? How long did you live there?
Till Naomi was 9.
Would that have been about 2013?
Yes.
When you moved from there, where did you move to?
To Highland.
Where are you living now?
Yes.
And when you lived in the apartment in Leesburg, do you recall having a blue chair in the living room?
Yes.
Was it, do you remember what style of chair it was?
It was a recliner.
Where's that chair now?
We got rid of it.
Do you recall a box-style television set being in your bedroom at that apartment?
Yes.
Remember what color that was?
Gray.
And where's the television now?
We got rid of it.
And where did the defendant work while the two of you were together?
Well, he got odd jobs, and then he worked at Airborne.
When did he start there at Airborne, do you recall?
2017.
How is the defendant's relationship? Let me ask you first. Do you commonly call Maxine Max?
Yes.
How is the defendant's relationship with Max?
Well, he always said that Max is his favorite and his daughter.
How is his relationship with Naomi?
With Naomi, he's strict, and he always, she gets in trouble most of the time for something. And he also takes her to do stuff with him, like fix cars.
Did Naomi want to go to those things?
Sometimes, yes.
I'm going to ask you a few personal questions. How was your sexual relationship with the defendant when you were together?
Well, he always complained that I'm too big, I need to lose weight. And he always says to me, do stuff that sometimes I don't want to do.
Why would you do things you didn't want to do?
Because I'm his partner, I should do it.
Is that your culture? Is that how you were raised?
Yeah.
Did he commonly say something to you about his position in the house?
Yeah, he's the man of the house. He do whatever he wants. I can't stop him.
I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as States Exhibit 2 for identification purposes. Just going to take this out. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
How do you recognize this?
He got it early.
Is this the other part of it?
Yes.
Did he ask you to wear that?
Yes, I have to wear it when we have sex sometimes.
Did this still fit you? Did you still wear it?
No.
Did the defendant ever travel out of the country?
Yes.
Where's the places that he went?
He went to Thailand and then Brazil.
Do you recall what year he started traveling out of the country?
2018.
Did you go with him on these trips?
No.
Did you ask to go?
I couldn't go.
Why?
He won't let me. It's his trip. He wants a vacation.
Did he travel any place in 2020?
Yes.
Where did he go?
He went to Brazil.
Did he go there in December?
He went twice. He went in October and in December.
Okay. And do you know about when he returned home from Brazil?
Right around January 10.
I'm going to take you to January. Let's talk about January of 2021. At some point, did he come to you about your relationship?
When he got home?
Yes, when he got back from Brazil.
He was mad at me because he said he brought me something and I just looked at it and gave it back or tossed it to him. And he just ignored me for 2 weeks.
Well, after the 2 weeks, then what happened? Did he come talk with you?
Yeah, he talked to me. He said he was done. He was leaving me. He met somebody in Brazil. She has 3 kids.
What was your reaction to that?
I was upset. I didn't want him to leave.
Did he blame you for this?
Yeah, he said that I sleep all the time and I haven't paid attention to him.
Did you tell Naomi and Max that night what happened?
No.
Why not?
Because he said that he will tell the girls when he's ready, and I'm not allowed to tell them about it.
Marty, did you always do what he said?
Yes. I just don't want him to get mad at me.
How did you, did the defendant make any statements to you about keeping the girls or the girls being with him?
Yeah. He's always like saying that if I try to leave, he's gonna keep the girls, and I have to pay him child support.
How did you feel about him saying he was going to keep the girls?
I don't want to lose my girls, so that's why I stayed with him.
So on January 20th, 2021, when he told you that he was leaving, you didn't talk to Naomi and Max about that?
No.
On January 21st in the morning, the next day, did Naomi come to you?
Yeah, she was crying, and I didn't know why she was crying, so she didn't want to tell me, and I came upstairs to her room and asked her, why are you crying? And then she asked me why I was crying. I said, I'm not telling you. Like, why are you crying? And then that's when she told me that her dad was molesting her since 6th grade. Or no, since she was 6 years old.
How did you feel
Until
about
8th grade.
Until 8th grade?
Yes.
How did you feel about what she told you?
I was so upset and angry, mad.
Did you believe her?
I believe her. Because who would make that up?
Based on what Naomi told you that morning, what did you do?
Well, we had to think about what we need to do. It was like, I don't know where to go. Who do we talk to? Like police for police, or where would even you start? Like, I don't know what to do. So I said, I'm gonna take you to the sheriff's department. Maybe they can help us.
And you went to the sheriff's office?
I went to the sheriff's office, took her there.
Did you meet Detective Antonor there?
Yes.
And then did you take Naomi to the Mayerson Clinic at Children's Hospital?
Yes.
Did the medical staff there suggest you do anything with Naomi for her care?
Yeah, they told me that I could get her a physical and she needs some counseling.
Did you get her into counseling?
Yes.
Let me ask you a few questions about Naomi and Max growing up. Are Naomi and Max, are they alike?
No, they're not.
No,
They're opposite.
Opposites. How are they opposite?
Well, Naomi, she's like trying to please everyone. She cares about other people. And then Maxine, she don't care if she gets in trouble. She's got a strong personality.
Do they look alike?
Kinda.
Or are they built the same?
No, they're not.
How are they built different?
Maxine is kinda big bone. And then Naomi is the tiny one.
Was Naomi allowed to have a boyfriend growing up?
No.
Why not?
Aaron won't allow it.
Was she allowed to go to parties or hang out with friends?
Yeah, but he has to approve of it. He has to ask permission to him. I can't just tell him that she can go. I have to tell her to ask her dad.
So if she comes to you, you have to send her to Aaron?
Yes.
What about dances?
Aaron said she don't want Naomi to go to prom and homecoming, but I had to tell him that I didn't do that growing up, so I want my kids to experience the normal high school, like dances and stuff like that.
Was Naomi in trouble a lot with the defendant?
Yeah, he grounded her.
He yelled a lot?
He don't yell. He just takes his phone or her phone and grounds, like she can't go anywhere.
Do you recall the defendant instructing you about Naomi being on birth control?
Yes.
When did that happen?
When Naomi got her period.
Do you remember how old she was? I'm sorry.
14.
Okay. And what did the defendant tell you about that?
He told me to go take her, get on birth control.
At 14?
14. And I did. I put it off till she was driving. And I said, she don't need birth control right now because she's only 14. We take her everywhere. And at 16, when she was driving, that's when I took her to the doctor.
I have no further questions.
Well.
you pronounce your last name Jimeno? Janino? I apologize. Ms. Janino, you and I have never met before, correct?
No.
Never spoken?
No.
Okay. You and Aaron been together 18 years, is that right?
Yes.
Did you live together prior to living together at the apartment in Leesburg?
Yes.
Where did you reside there?
Before Leesburg,
Yes.
we lived in Fairborn.
How long were you there?
About a year or 2 years.
Were you college students at that point in time, or technical school or anything at that point in time, or just in the workforce?
Working.
Okay. And then, I believe you said somewhere around when Naomi was 2, you would have moved to Leesburg, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And that was an apartment complex, correct?
Yes.
Were there lots of other apartments there?
Yes.
How many do you think there were?
Probably 12 to 14.
It was like townhouse, each apartment had an upstairs and downstairs, is that right?
Yes.
Did you have someone on both sides of you?
Yes.
Did you know the people who were on both sides of you?
I know their faces, but I'm not really close to them or.
At that point in time, you were working third shift, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you familiar then or friends with anybody in the apartment complex?
No.
What about Aaron? Do you know, was he friendly with the people in the apartment complex?
Yes.
Would people come over while the two of you were there to visit Aaron?
Like who?
Like other neighbors or anyone, actually, really. I'll start with neighbors, with other neighbors.
The neighbors, no, they go outside and hang out outside.
And did Aaron do that as well?
He just goes stand outside and smoke a cigarette.
Okay. And then sometime around 2013, you moved to Highland, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, Maxine was involved in soccer, correct?
Yes.
Was Aaron actually a coach for that team?
Yes.
How many seasons do you think he coached?
Just one.
Just one season? Did Maxine participate in soccer more than just at one time, or one season, or not?
Yes.
Naomi, however, was not involved in soccer, correct?
She was in kindergarten, but she didn't. She quit.
She got into other sports and other activities as she got older, correct?
Yes.
She was involved in karate.
Yes.
Maxine in karate also?
Yes.
Do you know when Naomi would have started taking karate lessons?
She was 4.
And Maxine about the same age or later or not?
Maxine was later.
Did they both still continue in taking karate lessons?
They're teaching now.
Okay. They're teaching. Now the house at Highlands that you moved in 2013, what's the ownership situation of that house?
What is it?
What's the ownership situation of that house? Who owns that house?
Aaron still owns the house.
And it's always been in his name, correct?
No. It just got changed in August.
Of last year?
Yes. It was under his uncle's name, David Ludwig.
Did you have it on a land contract or something at that point in time, and then it got switched over into Aaron's name?
No.
If you know.
No, I don't know.
Okay. Now, you didn't know that Naomi had a boyfriend, did you?
No.
When did you find that out?
It was after this all happened.
After she disclosed to you?
After she disclosed to me.
How long after she disclosed to you do you think it was?
I don't know.
Do you recall, you said that she was in trouble with Aaron.
Yes.
Is that correct? But you said he didn't yell, he basically grounded and took her phone away?
Yes.
Do you know what some of the things that she would have done that he would have grounded her for?
Well, she's in cross country, and if she don't beat this girl at cross country, he would ground her. Even though her time, even though if her time is good, but she's not gonna beat that girl, then she gets grounded for that.
What about Naomi's school? How'd she do in school?
She's doing good at school.
She always been a good student?
Yes.
I think she said she's in some college courses now.
Yes.
Always make good grades, though, you said.
Yes, because I always tell her that she needs to do good. I've been teaching her since she was little.
Now, do you remember an occasion that happened in maybe in December of 2020 where the time happened that you didn't know where Naomi was?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know approximately when that was?
No.
What do you remember about that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again for Rowan.
Let's sustain that question.
So you have a recollection that there was an incident where she was gone and you don't know exactly when it was?
I don't know when it was.
Did she get grounded for that event?
Yes.
Who grounded her?
Her dad.
Were you upset too?
Your Honor, this is.
I'm gonna overrule that.
Yes, I was upset too.
Now, you said that Aaron started doing some traveling, maybe like back in 2018.
Yes.
At that point in time, he was working as a aircraft mechanic, correct?
Yes.
Did he work a lot of overtime?
Yes.
Okay. So what kind of hours would he generally work?
He works sometimes from 5 to 5 in the afternoon.
5 a.m. to 5 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And you would be working third shift at that point in time?
Yes.
So what was your hours?
My hours was 10:30 to 7, 6:30.
10:30 a.m. p.m.
p.m.
p.m. So overnight. And you said Aaron went on a trip in 2018 by himself.
Yes.
He took a vacation by himself. Did you take family vacations together?
We did.
Didn't you take one to the Philippines?
Yes.
When did that occur?
That's 2019.
2019? And who went on that trip?
It was both the girls, him, my dad, and me.
And how long were you there?
About 3 weeks.
So, and that was a big family vacation, probably like 3 weeks.
Yes.
All right. And then in 2020, he went to Brazil.
Yes.
On 2 separate occasions.
Yes.
Approximately October of 2020, and then right about New Year's of 2020, early into 2021.
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that after he returned that he was mad at you.
Yes.
What happened? He brought you home a gift?
He brought me a gift, but he didn't show that I had a gift. He showed the girls he showed the girls what he got them, and he didn't even show that he missed me or anything. He was gone all that time, and all of a sudden he's like, "Oh, I got you something." After I was already upset because he didn't remember me. I thought he didn't remember me, but
in fact he did get you a gift.
he got me, yeah, and I was already upset, so I looked at it and put it back on the bed. He said I tossed it, but I just laid it down there.
And then, how long after was that you alleged to have this conversation with him where he said he was done and he was leaving?
It was on my birthday,
And that was
January
your-
20th.
Okay, that was on your birthday, January 12th. Do you remember what day would have been that he was upset with you, maybe had hurt feelings about you were upset with him about the gift from Brazil?
It was about when he got home. I tried to say sorry to him, and he just pushed me away. He told me, I tried to go to the living room and try to talk to him, and he told me, go away. He didn't want to talk to me. I tried.
Did it appear that his feelings were hurt?
Objection.
Yes, Jay.
He said he was mad at
Hey,
me.
you don't have to answer that.
So your birthday was January 20th.
Yes.
Did Aaron work on your birthday?
Yes.
So what would have been his work hours approximately?
7 to 3, 3:30.
7 a.m. to 3 p.m.?
Yes.
So he'd leave your house at what time to get to work?
About 6:30.
And he'd get home at about what time?
4.
And you were home at that point in time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What were you doing when you got home?
I think I was still sleeping because I worked the night before.
And you were scheduled to work on the 20th, your birthday as well, is that right?
Yes.
So that means you would have been leaving for work about 9:30-ish, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So then what happened between 4 o'clock and 9:30? Between you and Aaron?
I was asleep.
Okay. When did this conversation take place then? I mean, you were asleep, what time do you think you got up?
Probably around 7, 8.
Okay. So then what happened?
Well, we were talking. I was trying to talk to him.
Do you recall what the conversation was about?
About stuff.
Do you recall what stuff you were talking to him about?
No.
Okay, all right. So, was it a pleasant conversation?
It was pleasant, and then I keep asking him until it came out that he was talking to somebody.
What were you asking him?
Because he was saying, I'm done. He was trying to say that he was done, but I'm trying to say why and ask why.
So
we can't.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I said, we can't. I was like, I don't want to be done. I didn't want to be done. We can work it out, but he said he was done.
Okay, so sometime during this conversation, where you're talking about stuff, he informs you that he doesn't want to continue the relationship.
Yes.
Okay. And you were upset by that?
Yes, I was upset.
Okay. Did he tell you that you were going to have to leave the house, or he was kicking you out, or anything to that effect?
No. He said I could still stay there.
Did he say that you could stay there with the girls?
Yes, but he said if I leave, I can't take the girls.
Okay, so he's okay with leaving to let you and the girls stay at the home, but he wasn't going to let you leave and take the girls?
Yes.
Okay. So he indicated to you he was going to leave the residence without the girls?
No, he said he was going to work. He didn't say he was going to leave there. He had his own plans already for himself.
But those plans weren't to kick you out of the house or anything to that effect?
No, but he's working. He said he was going to work overseas and leave with the girls.
So did you end up going to work that evening?
No.
What happened the rest of the evening?
He went to bed.
About what
I
time?
was still crying all night.
And while this was happening, did Did you see your children? Did you see your girls?
Naomi went to the bathroom, but I didn't tell her anything.
Do you believe she would have seen you?
Objection as to what she believes.
Same.
Did she see you?
She saw me.
And you were visibly crying
Yes.
and upset.
Yes.
But you didn't have any communication with her, any conversation.
No.
And you indicated you were crying the entire night. Is that
Yes.
fair to say?
Yes.
What was Aaron doing?
He was asleep.
He went to sleep. And did he get up and go to work the next morning?
He went to work.
And how long after he went to work do you think it was till you had your conversation or Naomi came to you?
I think it was 10 a.m.
10 a.m.? Do you have any idea that your conversation was being recorded?
No.
Now, during that conversation you had with her, you expressed some concern about what was going to happen to the house or where you're going to live. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What was your concern about that? You indicated that Aaron had told you the night before you could stay at the house.
Because it would just be awkward if he's going to be there.
I'm sorry, what was that?
It would be awkward for me to still stay there.
So it would be awkward for you to be in the residence with him if you weren't carrying on a romantic relationship.
Yes.
Okay. And again, he indicated to you the night before he didn't wish to carry on a romantic relationship anymore. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, during the time that Naomi was talking to you, there was a period of time that the two of you were like going through the house searching for things. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What were you searching for?
She said that her dad bought her Tom's underwear, and she said that it should be there, and her DNA will be there, so we need to find that. And she also told me that he recorded her on a little video camera. So we're looking for that tape, but we couldn't find it.
So did you find the underwear?
We couldn't find the underwear.
You found the camera.
We found the camera.
Where was the camera?
It was on the shelf.
Does it take a cassette or was it a digital recorder? How did it work?
It had a cassette tape.
What the state has marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 2, Corset. Did you find that?
Yes,
Where did you find it?
in the closet.
Which closet?
In his closet.
When did you find it?
It's just right there.
When did you find it there?
I know where it is. Where?
Did you find it during your search for the camera and the underwear?
Yeah, I found that one.
You found that day?
Yes.
What did you do with it after that?
I just put it back in the closet.
So you left it there in the closet?
Yes.
And it stayed there until when?
Till they needed it.
When was that?
Last week.
And Aaron hasn't had any access to that closet since January the 21st, has he?
Yes.
This year?
No.
Okay. We have just a moment now. You indicated that you waited until after Naomi was driving to put her on birth control, is that right?
Yes.
Is that after she went missing?
No.
That was before.
Well, I decided when she's driving.
I don't have any further questions.
Correct.
Marty, you talked about teaching Naomi from a very young age at school has been very important to you. Would Naomi be in trouble if she didn't get good grades?
No, she don't get in trouble, but I put it in her mind that you have to do good at school. And she is advanced.
Did you and Naomi plan this entire thing because you found out the defendant was cheating on you?
No, I even forgot all about that. He was leaving me when I found out about what he was been doing to my daughter.
Marty, were you allowed to stay in the house even if the defendant left and went overseas?
Yes.
What if he got a boyfriend?
He said I can't bring the boyfriend there in his house.
If you left his house, what would happen to the girls?
He will keep them. I can't take them with me.
He told you that?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell Naomi on January 20th after he told you what was going on? Why didn't you tell Naomi that night?
Because he said don't tell the girls until he was ready. So I didn't tell the girls.
Marty, were you in shock when Naomi came to you and told you what you'd been doing?
Yes.
On January 21st, when you and Naomi were looking for things at your house after she told you, and you found this in the closet, well, not found, but when you pulled this out of the closet, did Naomi identify that to you as well? Did she tell you she knew what it was?
She did. I didn't show that to her because I never showed my girls whatever's in that closet. But she mentioned that.
Objection.
I have no further questions.
All right. You may step down. I'll just slide that back. Your next witness.
Ashley Pleas.
Okay. Were you sworn in the clerk's office?
Yes, I was.
All right. Do you care to photograph or do you not need to?
No, I do not.
All right. Sit there. Just hold the microphone on you and take the mask down and answer your question. All right, Ms. Clark.
Please state your name for the record.
Ashley Pleas.
And can you spell your first and last name?
ASHLEYCREMEANS.
Have you watched any of the trial on YouTube?
No, I have not.
Ms. Cremeans, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
Where are you employed?
Cincinnati Children's Mayerson Center.
How long have you been employed there?
3 years.
What are your job responsibilities there?
I'm a social worker and forensic interviewer.
And what's your educational background?
I have a master's degree in social work from the University of Louisville.
Have you had any continuing training in a particular field?
Yes, I have. I have training in forensic interviewing. We complete a week-long training in Beyond the Silence that teaches the protocol for conducting forensic interviews.
Have you been declared an expert in child abuse forensic interviewing in any court in the state of Ohio?
Yes, I have.
At this time, would that include this court?
Yes.
At this time, I would ask the court to declare Ms. Cremines an expert in child abuse forensic interviewing.
Objection. So we're.
Ms. Cremines, what is a forensic interview?
It's a non-leading, non-biased interview where we ask open-ended questions, and it's conducted to determine a need for medical evaluation and mental health treatment.
And during the interview, are there specific techniques that you employ?
We do, yes. We follow a protocol where we ask a certain set of questions and a certain style of questions.
And what is the purpose of not using leading questions?
It allows the child to tell their side of the story using those open-ended questions, so not using yes-no style questions, allowing them to, we ask questions like, tell me about, so they're able to openly tell us what's going on.
On February 4th, 2021, were you asked to perform a forensic interview of Naomi Ludwig?
I was.
And did you prepare a report following that interview?
I did.
May I approach the witness?
Okay.
Can I hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 1 for identification purposes? Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the report I generated after her interview.
And did you complete that report during the ordinary course of your business following the interview?
Yes, I did.
And what is Naomi's date of birth as it's outlined on there?
6/16/2004.
On February 4th, 2021, when Naomi came to the Mayerson Clinic to be interviewed, what was the process? Like, how do you start off?
I met with her prior to the interview and explained that my role was to conduct a forensic interview and explained that she would be on camera, that all of our interviews are recorded. I let her know that the purposes of that is so that people know I said what I said and she said what she said. I let her know that it would just be her and I in the room, and that after we were done, she would have the ability to meet with a physician if she had any worries or concerns about her body, or if after our interview the physician felt that she would like to make any medical recommendations for her.
And I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 11 for identification purposes. Flash drive?
Yes.
Does this contain a copy of your interview?
It does.
At this time, we would ask the court if we could publish the interview, admit it as State's Exhibit 11 into evidence and publish the same to the jury.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, made it so.
Judge, did you want to let people move into the jury box?
Yes. The folks in the back row, so you can be able to see them better, come up and have a seat. Space yourself out there in the jury box. The chairs have X's on them. There's a 6 feet apart. Approximately. If any of the rest of you have any trouble, let me know. We can maybe have you come up and stand or sit over there so you can see. All right, make it proceed.
If you want to have a seat there on the couch, you can sit wherever you want. That table moves pretty easy. You can walk on or dog while we talk if you want to. Sorry, we have a dog and she's just. So Naomi, like I said, my name is Ashley, and I'm a social worker here at the hospital, and it's my job to talk with you about keeping your body safe and healthy, okay? But before we do that, I just want to learn a little bit about you. So why don't you tell me some things that I should know about you? Well, so I've never met you before, so what is things that you tell people to kind of help them learn about you?
I'm a junior,
Okay.
and I also take college classes, so I only have one class at high school.
Okay. So only one of your classes is a high school class?
Yeah.
So tell me about your college classes.
I started taking them sophomore year, when most people at high school start taking them like junior year.
Okay.
So I basically have all my high school credits from those. So I have like my last high school credit was chemistry, so I'm finishing this semester.
Okay.
So I'll be able to graduate next semester.
So like you'll finish high school this year, basically as a junior?
Pretty much.
Wow, that's exciting.
Yeah. And I'm just, next semester is going to be about getting my college credits for my associates.
Okay. So where will you go to do that?
The same Southern State.
Okay. What do you want to get your associates in?
The associate program that I'm in right now is the Associate of Arts, because that's just like their generic one that they have.
Okay.
But I don't know how I'm majoring in actual college.
Okay. Is there anything that like is somewhat interesting to you or things that stand out?
I don't really know yet. No.
Not yet. Okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
So with your associates in arts, like what kind of things did you take? What courses?
Basically like a couple courses in like each category, just so you can get like credits in all of them.
Okay.
And there's like a certain amount of credits for each subject.
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically just like in high school how you to get your credits for all of your classes, like the different subjects. It's just the same thing, it's just more credits that you have to get. So we're kind of working on that credits.
So do you do this at your high school or do you go to a different school to do this?
Well, you can take them at Southern State, but mine are all online because I didn't want to go there this semester.
Okay. So are you doing everything virtually right now?
Yeah, I just go to high school for like an hour.
Okay. So tell me about like a typical school day for you. What's that look like?
I wake up at like 7:30 when everyone else is already at school.
Okay.
And then I get ready and get there at like 9. Then I leave at 10. And I go home and I do any assignments that I have for college on my own.
Okay. So for your college assignments, is it just like work that's preloaded or do you actually like teachers teaching you?
It's just like assignments each week for they'll have like a discussion post and a quiz sometimes and there's meeting. And so you can do the discussion and reply to your classmates. And then there will be a quiz and we'll say like and how well you have the paper.
Okay. So how long does it take you to do that kind of work?
Not very long. Usually I get really motivated and just do the whole week's assignment in one day.
Okay.
And like they usually have a rule where you have to respond on Monday, so then I have to go back the next day and answer someone.
Okay.
But it's pretty easy.
Okay. So what do you like to do when you're done with school?
I like to cheer.
Cheer?
Yeah. I'm on the cheer team at school.
Sorry, about your team?
Well, I've been cheering since 7th grade. It's kind of cool because last year was like the first year they brought up sophomores for varsity. So as a sophomore, and me and my friend were like the only 2 sophomores to be on varsity in a long time. Like they always just have freshmen and sophomores or juniors and seniors in varsity, but they brought us up. So we'll have juniors of varsity on the ground, which is pretty cool.
So tell me about being on varsity.
I mean, it's pretty much the same. Like, we do all of the things together. Like, JV varsity, we'll do, like, the main cheers together. But, like, we, like, kind of, I don't know. We just cheer for the varsity team. And, like, I don't know. It's just cool because it's, like, you moving up faster.
Okay. Do you guys cheer at like events, like games and stuff, or where do you guys cheer?
Yeah, basketball games.
At basketball games?
Yeah, because our school doesn't have football.
Okay. So tell me about cheering at basketball games.
I really like it. I'm a flyer, so it's nice.
Okay.
To,
I don't know too much about cheering, so tell me about that, about being a flyer.
yeah, so I've never been a base.
Okay.
Like a basketball, like another position. So if they told me I had to list somebody, I'd probably be like, okay. But yeah, but anyways, because I've been kind of the smallest, so you just put me out there.
So what else do you have to do as a flyer?
There's different kind of stunts you can do. Like a prep is where it's like the basic, like they deploy you at this level.
Mm-hmm.
But then the extension is like straight arms, or do like up.
Okay.
Higher, up the street. And then, there's a show now, which is like a quick down, up, and back down.
Okay.
So that's pretty fun. And then to get down, you can need to do a reload, which is like really simple. They just like go here and then bring it down, like all your feet still. Or like a cradle is what people do most often. And they just like throw, catch.
Okay.
You don't do any like crazy moves where you like spin in the air or anything like that. No, not really, because our school kind of has like rules where you have to have like contacts with the flyer all the time.
Okay. What's your favorite way to like do like flying? Like what do you like to do most? What's your favorite position you like to do when you get down?
Yeah, I like cradles.
Okay.
Because you just actually fly.
Okay.
There's a thing called a twist up where you like start backwards and then jump in there and then your legs crossed and then they just twist.
Okay.
It's fun.
That sounds pretty cool. What's your favorite thing about cheer?
Just like the high energy and like getting everyone pumped up and just like being allowed to like talk really loud and feel like it's your job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. And I like getting like dressed up in the uniform, hair and stuff.
Is cheer still going on right now?
Yeah.
So what's your schedule like for cheer?
We have games on Tuesdays and Fridays. Or it's like sometimes Friday, sometimes Saturday, and sometimes both. But it's okay Tuesday. We don't really have practices once games start because we'll practice right before the game.
Okay.
And then go to get ready for the game. That's pretty much all we do. Because we start practicing in about summertime. And then we go to cheer camp, which is very fun. It's like a week at Miami University.
Okay.
And they have like a bunch of different schools like from all over. They come there and they teach you like a dance, a cheer, assignment, and then at the end of the week, your team, like the teams take turns performing for like everyone. It's like a couple hundred girls, so it's a lot of like, energy.
Mm-hmm.
And like as soon as you get there, it's like crazy. And then basically we have a contest, not really a contest, but like, it's like we have this big inflatable banana.
Okay.
And this team that is like the loudest, the craziest, like the most energy throughout the. I think at the end of each day they'll like give the banner to a team.
Okay.
And if the team like signs it, I think, and then, each team that had good energy that day will get a spirit stick, and and they decorate it. Then they give it back, and the next day, another team will get that spirit stick. And if whatever team has the banana at the end of the week is the one that keeps it and like takes it home.
Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, because like everyone's like screaming to get the banana, and they'll like throw it around and stuff.
Did your girls choose what to get the banana?
No.
No.
We're really quiet.
Oh, okay.
I mean, not very quiet, but like some of the schools from like the bigger schools will like, I don't know how they're so loud.
Okay.
We did get spirit stick though, because we like pretty good at practicing on shooting stuff today.
Okay. Well, that's exciting that you got that.
Yeah.
So that's in the summertime that you go there?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. That sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it really is. There's like you stay in the dorms and stuff, and then they have like the cafeteria. Yeah. And it's really cool because you can meet like other kids from other schools and stuff.
Is that all people from Ohio? Like,
yeah,
same.
But a lot of the schools are from bigger cities, and my school's like really small.
Okay.
So like, you're used to like meeting a bunch of new people. But when we go there, we like totally act different and like go crazy. Like we would never act like that at school, but like the energy just matches there, I guess.
Okay. Well, that sounds pretty awesome. Sounds like a lot of fun, something different to get to do. Okay. So you're at home for school right now. So tell me about home.
During the day, it's me and mom, because mom gets home when I'm leaving for class, and I get back and just hang out.
Okay. So it's just your mom at home?
Yeah, yeah, dad doesn't live with us right now.
Okay. Tell me about your mom.
She works at night, or like during the day, she'll go work out at lunch.
So she works at night?
Yeah.
Where does she work at?
Airspeed.
Airspeed?
Airspeed.
Oh, Airspeed. Thank you for that.
Okay.
And as we're talking, I don't say something you say like that. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. So she works at night, so that during the day you guys work out, hang out. What do you like about her?
She's really funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tell her most of the funny stuff.
Okay.
I don't really know, we just fun hang out.
Okay. Is there anything about your mom you don't like? Not really. Okay. And you said dad's not living there right now? Tell me about dad.
He's not very nice.
Okay.
Yeah, he did work during the day, like, so we would have fun while he wasn't there. He was home. He got to everyone.
Okay. Tell me about Dylan.
He just has a really bad temper. And, like, everything that goes wrong is our fault. Like, he blames us for everything very much.
Okay.
I like it a lot better now that he's in with us.
You like it better than he has nothing to do?
Yeah.
Okay. So you said he's not very nice. Tell me about that.
Yeah, he's always been like pretty mean. When you say he's pretty mean, like I said, he yells. Yeah. He just like takes us down. So good. Is there anything about your dad that makes you like? Well, whenever he would be nice, it would like feel fake. Okay. But like, I guess I was calmer when it was pretend nice. Okay. But it wouldn't last long. Because you'd get mad at me. Okay. Do you feel safe at home? Now that he's not there. Now that he's not there, you feel safe? Yeah. Okay. Tell me about when he was there. When he was there, it's like we all like stayed in our rooms so we didn't have to talk to him. Okay. But he was like always making me go visit, so like, just like whenever he had to go out, I didn't really want to go with him, but he never like asked Max to go, and like Max would stay there. Okay. But I had to go because I had to be protected from friends. Tell me about that, about having to go. Yeah, just whenever he had to go somewhere, he would take me. I didn't want to go, but then he would like push it back on me and be like, yeah, I never want to do anything. And he would always complain about how he has to work like all the time and then we don't do anything. And so we go with it. Where would you guys go? It was just like to go, if you had to go to the store or something, or had to go, like, help a friend do work or whatever, like, work on cars somewhere at their parents' house. Yeah, I don't know. I just didn't feel like going. I don't know if he took anything. He only took you? Yeah. He wouldn't force Max to go anywhere. But now that he's not there, you feel safe? Yeah. Okay. What makes you feel safe now? Like I don't feel like I'd be forced to do anything. And like, I can be more comfortable and not have to worry about him. Like, yeah. Like, being in the shower or whatever. How about that? It makes you more comfortable. Yeah, like, whenever he was there, we wouldn't like leave our rooms and stuff. So now we can be in the living room or hang out downstairs and not have to worry about like being yelled at or like I said, look at the bathroom. Don't go to the bathroom without him coming in. Without him coming in? Yeah. Is that something that would happen? Yeah. Tell me about that. Like whenever I would be in the shower, he would like peek in or like then change the water temperature like to make it look like it was a joke. Okay. But because that was even after I was older. That was after you were older? Yeah, when I was older too. I was just like, after all that stuff stopped. The shower peeking and like And I'd be like getting ready, like, do the, like, grabbing, just grabbing.
So when was the shower peaking?
It was just all the time, like, just what was going on, even like. Even before I told my mom, like, because like, I would always be scared to close my eyes in the shower.
Okay.
Because then I would like hope that they would be there.
What did he say? Anything when he came in the bathroom?
You know, he would just laugh and then turn the water open and walk out and then sometimes he would pretend to walk out and like shut the door but then still be in there. But then he would go out when my mom would like come over.
When your mom would do what?
When my mom would like, when we could hear her walking towards the bathroom.
Okay. So you said that this would still happen even after the other stuff stopped.
Yeah.
Tell me about the other stuff.
Like,
What's the other stuff?
like when I was little, he would make me do stuff.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Like, he would make me use my fingers. He would go like hanging out, and he would always say like coming out me. And then he would like go in his room and watch TV, but he would touch me. And then he made me stand, or he'd stand in the corner and he knew because of my mouth. So that you couldn't see from the view of the door. This was when my mom was at work.
Okay. Mom was at work?
Yeah.
So he would make you go in his room?
Yeah.
And you would watch TV?
Yeah.
And you were little when this happened? When you say little?
Well, how old were you? It started at our old apartment.
Okay.
When I was like 6. And then continued when we went to our house. When we moved to our house.
Okay.
And the last time I remember he was like on the couch in the living room. He, like, it was a little bit after I got my period, and I knew, like, I thought it would stop when that happened, like, and it did. But one time after trying, like, he put it in me, but he put a condom that time. And that's what I remember. Like, I thought about that after it was on the couch in the living room. So it's like I couldn't really remember. But, and then after that, I think it stopped.
Okay. Do you remember where your apartment was when you were 6?
Leesburg.
Leesburg?
Okay. They have that address.
Tell me about the apartment. How it happened at the apartment.
The apartment, me and my sister shared a room, and she was really little, so he would stay in our room,
And then you could go in, my parents are like across the hall. And sometimes we would be in the living room, because he had this like blue armchair.
Okay.
Reclining thing. And he sit on his lap in that chair.
Tell me about when you would go in their room.
In there. I don't remember a lot, but I'm just listening, just all. Because he would try to put it in me, but it would hurt, so I would tell him to stop. But if I tried to like get out, like yell at me, and make me come back in.
Just because I want to be clear about what happened. You said you would try to put it in me, but it would hurt, and you would try to stop. What would happen? Like when you're saying you would try to put it in me, what are you talking about? Okay. Where was he trying to put his hands? And that would hurt. And that was in their room? At the apartment?
Yeah.
Okay. And he would try to leave, but he would make you come back? Okay. Did anything else happen in their room?
When he could have put it in, he would make me use my hands.
When you couldn't put it in, you would make you use your hands? Tell me about using your hands.
Like when they rub it.
Would he say anything when this was happening?
I don't remember. I think he would just call me a good girl.
What happened after you went in?
We would finish and then go back to my room.
Tell me about that when you say you were finished.
Ejaculation.
Okay. And then you would go back to your room?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then I would try to go to sleep.
Did he say anything to you about telling or not telling?
I think he just told me not to tell my mom. I don't remember if he told me what happened.
That's okay. As we're talking, I asked you a question you don't know or you don't know. That's okay. It's a deep no. That's okay. Okay. So you'll go back to your room and hide in your room. Were there other things that happened in your room? In the apartment? So I know you talked about like him trying to put it in and then nobody would make you use your hands. Is there ever anything else that happened in their room in the apartment?
No, I don't think he tried to do anything else until it got to the meetings.
Tell me about being in the blue chair in the living room. He would make me sit on the lid with my hands. He would make you sit on the arm of it and use your hands? Yeah. Okay. And he would touch me. How did I touch him? He would put his hand to my hands, or take my hands off. Where on your body would you be touching? My liver. When you would touch on your vagina, would you touch like on top of your skin, inside your body, or something different? Both. Okay. How does your body feel when that happens? I don't remember. I just tried to not pay attention. What happened next after that? Just what would make that go for like when you guys were down the blue chair? What would make that end? When you would adjust. Okay. What would you do after that? I would go back to my room. Or would you just sit in the mess? What happened? She would be in her room. Where was your mom be? At work. At work. Okay. Was the blue chair at the apartment too? Or was that at the new house? No, we got a new chair. Okay. Was there any other times at the apartment? Or places? No other places, but it happened multiple times. I don't remember how many times. Okay. Did he ever make you touch anywhere else on his body at the apartment? No. Did he ever make you touch anything other than your hand at the apartment? No, not at the apartment. Okay. Did he ever touch anywhere else on your body at the apartment? No. So tell me about the house. I lived there when I was in 4th grade. Okay. Is that the house you still live in now? Yeah. So tell me about your house now. Their room is downstairs, and our rooms are upstairs. So these are making me go downstairs to their room. Okay. And it's like right next to the kitchen, so whenever my sister would like walk past, he would yell at her to go to bed. And then he would shut the sliding door. when he would try to put it, I think I had to her, so he would put in, my butt instead.
Okay.
And I would tell him to stop, but when he would put it in my butt, it would ejaculate faster, so I just wanted it to be over quicker.
Okay.
But sometimes if I would let him do that, he would make me go in the corner. He's like, oh, suck it.
So if you did let him do that, he would make you go in the corner and use your mouth to suck it? Okay. Tell me about doing that.
I would have to suck it, but then we would go back to the bed so that I could finish it with my hands.
Okay. Okay. So that was in their room, in the basement, or in the first floor, and then your all's bedroom is upstairs? Yes. Okay. Have you ever sang anything in Maryland? That's what I found.
He just like, I think he didn't say anything to me, he just be around church.
How often would something like this happen?
Well, my mom would work pretty much every night, but he wouldn't make me do it every night, just like probably a couple times a week.
Okay.
Yeah, every once in a while.
And then you said the last time that it happened was on the couch. And it was after you already got your period.
Yeah.
So tell me about the last time.
I would remember how the couch was, but he made me go on the couch. And then he put it in my butt. But he had to go on one. And I don't know if he got this song on. Because he, like at the time, he was really liking to listen to K-pop. So then I just remember this Blackpink song playing.
Okay.
I was going to try to focus on it.
Okay.
Because I just wanted it to be over. And then he just ejaculated and I went upstairs. So,
Okay. So the last time you were on the couch and you had a condom on and you put it in your butt and ejaculated. Okay. Have you ever worn a condom before that? No? Okay. Did anything else happen that last time?
paper.
Has there ever been any like worries or concerns that you had about your body? When this happened? Have you ever had any like problems with your body or anything?
No.
So how old were you when it stopped happening?
14.
14? So what made this like come out now that you're talking about it?
I was just getting tired of keeping it a secret. I didn't want to live with it anymore.
Okay.
So I thought that if I would tell my mom, like, she would get help. And she did.
Okay. Tell me about telling your mom.
It was in the morning, because he was at work. And I told her, and he immediately went to like, the sheriff's office. And she was really stressed out, and like really upset. Because I know it was a big shock for her. She didn't know.
Yeah.
But I'm really glad that I told her, because if I would have to keep that secret for any longer, it would have been really hard.
Yeah, it's a long time to not say.
Yeah.
How do you feel now that you told your mom?
I feel like better now that he's away from us.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I hope he gets put away prison, because he should be allowed to get out. Because like people are saying that there's might be more kids, but I don't think he did anything to my sister, but maybe like me, because he travels to other countries by himself. So they're saying that he might have done stuff there. No.
Okay. Thank you for sharing all this information. I know it's not anything that's ever easy to talk about, so I really appreciate you talking about this. Is there anything else that happened that we didn't talk about that you wanted to talk about today?
When I was thinking about it, I remember one time we were on vacation, because they asked me to have anywhere else. And I remember on vacation we were in a hotel room. And yeah, he made me layman's.
Okay. Do you remember where you were on vacation?
I think it was a Florida vacation.
Okay. How old were you when you guys were in?
I think I don't remember, because, well, it might have been the vacation that we went to Disney for my sister's birthday.
Okay.
And I was in the first or second grade just for that one.
Okay. Where was everybody else?
I'm not sure.
And you were in the hotel room when it happened?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he made me and him share a bed, and my mom and sister shared the other bed. But they weren't in there.
Okay.
That's probably about that. No. Think of it. Okay. Well, like I said, thank you for sharing all this stuff. I know it's not easy to talk about. Is there any worries or concerns you have about your body today that you wanted to talk with the doctor about today? Coming up here? No. I tell you what, I'm going to take a quick break because we talked about a lot of stuff. I will go through my notes really fast and see if there's any other questions I can ask you before we finish up. Can I get anything in water or anything? Do you have tissues? I do, yeah. I'm sorry. Usually we have them on the table and they're behind me. So there you go. I'll be right back, okay?
Fast forward to when she comes back in the room.
Yes, we'll do that.
There's one.
Yeah, sorry, there's two broken down behind me earlier. I usually have to down on the table. Okay. I couldn't think of any other questions or things that I needed to ask you. Is there anything else while you're taking a break that you could think of that you wanted to talk about that we haven't talked about yet today? Okay. Well, like I said before, I really appreciate you coming here and talking about all this stuff. Is there any other questions or things that you have for me about all the stuff that's talked about today? No. This is already done in your school for the week, since you'd like to knock it all out at once, or you all done with it? Yeah, until Sunday. Until Sunday. So that all the stuff gets loaded for the week is on Sundays? No, each teacher has their own schedule for posting. Okay. Like, one will do it on Tuesday, and then they have their, like, assignments due on a specific day, so the one class, the real estate class, just has everything due on Sunday. A real estate class? Yeah. Tell me about that. My dad, like, talked me into taking it. Oh, okay. Yeah, just, like, to give it a try and see. And also, it's, like, really good for getting, like, a bunch of credits. Okay. And they're short. They're, like 2-month classes. They're like 3 credits, so they're like 3 classes put into one thing. So, okay. So what kind of things do you learn in your real estate class? Real estate laws and like what you should do in situations with a client. Alright. And like the discussion posts are usually about like what would you do in this situation, and then we have to like respond to our classmates and give share opinions and stuff. Well, that's pretty interesting. That we put through it. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Do you like it? Not really. Not really? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Being a real estate broker is not in your future for your potential career? I don't think so. Okay. When is your next game for cheerleading? Friday. Friday. Okay. Well, I don't think anything else to know about. Thanks for coming here and talking with me today.
We'll stop and take a break here at this point, ladies and gentlemen. Remember all the instructions of the court, the caution they gave you about not discussing matters they want to show, just what they want to discuss with you, talk to any parties, maybe leave communications or statements about it. Again, if you use your cell phones for a break, make sure you have it turned off. We'll be back here at about 2:26, so let's say.
Please rise.
Please rise. Seat, please. All right, you may continue your examination.
This means after your interview with Naomi, did you determine if she needed medical treatment?
I met with Dr. McGrath, who's the physician on for that day, and she recommended that Naomi get testing for sexually transmitted diseases and offered a medical exam, which at that point Naomi declined, but then later called back and requested to come back in for an exam.
May I first witness?
May.
In addition to its previously been marked as State Exhibit 4 for identification purposes, do you recognize those?
Yes, those are medical records.
Is that a certified copy according to the statement on the front?
Yes, it is.
Now, without going through every page and every finding, basically, there were no findings of sexual assault or anything according to the medical records. What does that mean?
Typically, 98%.
Oh, sorry.
Objection.
Well, I'll sustain the question. I believe.
Okay, do you draw? Based on your training and experience, is it uncommon for there to be no physical findings of sexual assault?
Objection again, Your Honor. I think this is outside the scope of this witness. She's not a
I
medical
believe that
physician.
is true. She's an expert investigator.
What is a pediatric TSCC?
The trauma screening tool that we use with patients that come in for forensic interviews.
And during your interview with Naomi, did you give her a TSCC?
Yes, I did.
And what were the findings of the TSCC?
Her tool was positive, so it indicated that we would normally recommend a referral for therapy.
And after your interview, did you determine that Naomi needed to seek mental health treatment?
I talked with her mother and she was already engaged in therapy services. I had recommended it, but she was already seeing a therapist at that point.
Now, based on your years of experience in conducting forensic evaluations and based on your extensive training in the field, is it common for a child to wait to disclose sexual assault?
It is, yes. Delayed disclosures are very common.
Is it more common for a child to wait to disclose if the abuser is a parent?
Sometimes they don't disclose if the abuser is a parent because it's someone that they know and they trust, and then it would disrupt the family household.
Based on your years of experience in conducting forensic evaluations and your extensive training, what are some reasons that children wait to disclose?
There's fear of what's going to happen after the disclosure happens. If there was a threat of not telling a parent, like being told not to tell, or a threat that was made, don't tell or else I'll hurt you, or, some sort of threat that's made, or just a fear of what's going to happen if they do tell, or a fear of not being believed. If they tell, they decide not to tell anybody.
And based on your training and experience, is it common for a child to focus, or a victim of sexual assault in general, to focus on one thing during the assault, like perhaps a piece of furniture, or a song, a television, something like that?
Yes, there are details that can just stand out or that they can isolate on in that moment.
Hypothetically, if a girl were a victim of a long-term sexual assault, something that had gone on for years, could she still be a good student?
Yes.
And if a girl was the victim of long-term sexual assault, could she still be an athlete?
Yes.
Even while the sexual assault is occurring?
Yes.
If a girl were a victim of long-term sexual assault, could she still have a job while the sexual assault was occurring?
Yes.
Based on your training and experience, is it common for victims of sexual assault to carry on perfectly normal lives while the sexual assault is occurring?
Yes, trauma affects people in all different ways.
Based on your training and experience, could a girl be the victim of sexual assault and everyone around her have no idea it's happening?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Well,
Ms. Cremines, is it?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you worked for the Merson Center?
3 years.
And how many forensic interviews do you think you conducted during that time period?
To date, I'm about 640.
And again, you had some specialized training, correct?
Yes, I did.
First of all, you had some education requirements. You did, as a lay person or as someone without a degree in social work or anything, I can't just go to school and take a class and I'm a forensic interviewer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How do you get to become a forensic interviewer?
We complete a beyond the silence training that teaches the protocol and the questions and the style that we do the forensic interview in.
That would have been like secondary stuff too. You would have also had primary education first.
Correct.
What would that have been?
The secondary training or
Your primary?
My primary education was, I have a master's degree in social work from the University of Louisville.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. You could have a master's degree and then you would go forward and you continue things.
Yes.
Is that fact?
Yes.
Now, is primacy, being the first to interview an alleged victim, important for a forensic interviewer?
We're not always often the first to interview a child for forensic interviews. The majority of the time, they've already spoken with a law enforcement officer because typically kids get referred to us after a police report has already been made or they've spoken with children's services.
Do you recommend that law enforcement question them or that it should wait until a forensic interview?
We do prefer that they get as minimal amount of interviews as possible before coming to us.
So, why would that be?
Because it's preferable that the child doesn't have to tell their story to multiple people over and over again. So that way they can come to us one time and talk about what happened.
And when you talk to a child, you want them to be the one to respond. You want them to talk, correct?
Correct.
You talked about leading questions. What would be an example of like a leading question?
We try not to ask a lot of like yes, no, direct style questions or specifically asking about a person if they haven't introduced that person into the interview.
And if they've been subjected to like leading type questions and those type of interviews prior to you, can that be damaging to your interview?
Not necessarily.
But could it be?
It could be, yes.
And why would that be damaging?
I mean, if there's a concern that they've been like coached prior to, if multiple times they've been asked the same questions over and over again, by the time they get to our interview, they might be tired of talking about the situation.
And by the time, when they get to you, when an alleged victim gets to you, do you have any idea what's happened so far as a law enforcement standpoint, how many times they've talked to, who they've talked to? Is that information available to you when you conduct your interview?
Not typically. We usually know like who the referrals from, if they've met, like if they filed a police report that's been started, but that's about all the information that we know.
And in this instance, it would have been a referral from Iowa County Children's Services?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So you wouldn't have any idea if she'd spoken to one person or 10 people or anything prior to your interview?
No, I don't.
And it would be your preference to be as few as possible?
Correct.
And what date did you conduct your interview with Naomi?
February 4th.
February 4th. And her disclosure was alleged to have occurred on July or January the 21st. Is that your understanding?
I don't know the exact date of her disclosure.
I don't have anything further to switch, Your Honor.
You're right.
Mr. Beans, is it accurate to say that one reason that you prefer less people to talk to a victim is because they could be suggestible?
Yes, and it's more trauma-informed that they talk the least amount of times as possible.
What does that mean, more trauma-informed?
It allows the child to not have to continue to tell the story more than one time. It's more trauma-sensitive.
Would suggestibility decrease with age? In other words, would a child who's older be less suggestible?
Could you rephrase that?
Yeah. So, based on your training and experience, if a child were in her late teens, would she be less likely to follow along with what an adult said?
Potentially, yes. I mean, that's why we try to avoid the leading questions and focus more on this specific episodes in an interview like we did with her interview.
No further questions.
Okay, you may step down. Witness.
Adam Hillmaker.
to stand in front of the judge and face him, please?
Have you been sworn in down in the clerk's office? All right. Now, second, we are broadcasting this live streaming it on YouTube. So if you have an objection to be shown on it, or not, I can just have a camera behind. Okay, just have a seat right there. And that's a microphone on that board there, the red light, slide it to your left as far as the go, please. All right, and just keep your voice up when you're off. All right, name and part.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Roger Adam Rice Berlinger.
Can you spell your last name?
Berwanger.
And you go by Adam.
Yes.
Have you watched any of the trial on YouTube?
No.
Adam, how old are you?
I'm 16.
Do you know Naomi Ludwig?
Yes.
How do you know her?
She's my girlfriend, and she goes to my school.
How long have you known her?
For about 2 years now.
Have you met Naomi's family?
Everyone but her dad.
I want to talk about January of 2021. Have Naomi talked to you about her father leaving home?
Not recently, no.
Prior to January 20th, had you guys talked about that?
Yeah, we had assumed that.
On January 20th, 2021, did something happen that stands out to you?
On a FaceTime, we were talking, and she had come up from
I'm going to stop you. When you say on FaceTime we were talking, who was talking?
Naomi.
You and Naomi?
Yeah.
And you're on FaceTime?
Yeah.
Okay, go.
So Naomi was talking, and she had just come up. She had just come from downstairs getting ready for bed, and she was crying, and I had asked why. And she said that she had stumbled upon her words, and she was like, she had said that her dad had done the things when she was little, things to her when she was little, and it took me like a few seconds to process it. So I processed it, and then she was crying during all this, so I tried to calm her down. I didn't want to talk about it, I just wanted to calm her down. And in my mind I was like, well, I have to fix this because that's not right for me to know and to not help. So I said to myself that I would help in the morning, and after that we had both said that we would go to bed.
So, did you understand what she meant when she said he makes her do stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Did you go to bed when the two of you agreed you were going to go to bed?
No, I didn't.
What'd you do?
I went to my mom's room, and I told her what had happened, and because I was terrified, I didn't know what to do. So I had to tell someone what she told me.
So you told your mom. And were you upset when you told your mom?
I was crying, yeah.
So at some point, did you go to sleep that evening, or that maybe the next morning?
Yeah.
The next morning, on January 21st, 2021, tell me about that morning. What happened? How'd you guys start the day?
I woke up at 6 to get ready to go to school, and I asked my mom if I had to, because, the morning before was pretty rough. She said, no, you didn't get much sleep, so you don't have to. So we stayed home, and I got on a FaceTime call with Naomi, and I asked her if she wanted to talk to my mom about it. Then my mom's talking to her, asking questions, and then my mom's talking to her, and she says, well, you have to get help, and you have to fix this.
Objection.
About what time was it that you talked to Naomi the next morning?
It was about 8, 9 o'clock in the morning.
No further questions?
Ross?
said we FaceTimed her about 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, is that correct, Naomi?
Yes.
Okay. And how long was that conversation?
In the morning, we only talked for like 30 minutes, and then I decided to ask her that, you know, if she wanted to talk to my mom. And then after that, her and my mom were talking, and then Naomi decides to go downstairs after a little while, after she gets done talking with my mom. She decides to go downstairs, and she brings her mom up to her room, and she tells her what had happened, and
Now, you weren't present when all this was taking place, right?
I was.
You weren't at Naomi's
I
house?
was not at Naomi's house.
Because up to that point in time, Naomi's parents didn't know anything about you, did they?
No, they did not.
So, you weren't at Naomi's house. If you're saying she went downstairs and she brought her mom upstairs, is this because you were still on the phone with her?
Yeah, I was still on the phone.
And was this still a FaceTime communication?
Yes.
Were you recording that?
Yeah. No. Yes, we was. Yes.
You say we. Yes, we were recording. Who's we?
Me and my mom was recording the conversation.
How did you do that?
My mom had put her camera on her phone up to the FaceTime call on my phone, and she pressed the video, and she recorded the conversation.
So was this an audio and a video recording?
Yes.
The video recording basically was showing a phone laying on a bed. Is that what we're talking about?
Mm.
Where was that?
That was in my bed.
That was your phone?
Yeah, in my bedroom.
And there was a separate phone that was recording the phone laying on the bed?
Yeah, that was my mom's phone.
And there was an audio going along as well, correct?
Yeah, that was Naomi and her mom.
And you and your mother then were able to overhear what was going on between Naomi and her mother?
Yes.
Did the two of you interject or talk to Naomi at any point in time during this?
No.
You and your mother communicated to one another?
We communicated, me and my mom communicated to each other, but we did not communicate to Naomi at all.
Have you ever had an opportunity to listen to that tape?
Yes.
Is your voice on it?
Maybe.
Is your mother's voice on it?
I'm sure, in the background.
And if a recording could pick that up, then conceivably whoever's on the receiving end of that phone call can listen to your conversation as well, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation. He has no idea what
I
they
said
could have
conceivably.
Now, the formal questions, not proper statement.
So your phone is on and Naomi's phone is on.
Yes.
And you can hear what's going on through Naomi's phone.
Yes.
Did you have yours on mute or anything?
No.
How long did that conversation take place?
I believe it was for 50 minutes between her and her mom.
Do you know what time this occurred, what time it started, what time it ended?
I think it started at around 9 and ended around 10, and that's when they decided to leave and go to the sheriff.
Was it your idea to record it?
No.
Whose idea was it?
It was my mom's.
Were you present when she was discussing this with Naomi?
What do you mean?
Did you hear her discussing the recording instructions to Naomi?
I don't know what you mean.
Naomi knew that the conversation was being recorded.
No, she did not.
You don't believe Naomi knew that the conversation was being recorded?
No. I told her that me and my mom would be listening to the conversation, but I did not tell her that it was being recorded.
Okay, she knew someone else was listening to the conversation.
Yes.
Okay. That went on for about an hour, you said, 50 minutes. I don't have anything further, Brown.
Redirect.
Adam, you left your phone on FaceTime, is that correct?
Yes.
So could you see everything they were doing?
Yes.
Could you hear everything they were doing?
Yes.
At any point, did you tell Naomi what to say?
No.
At any point, did you tell Naomi what to do?
No.
No further questions.
May I step down? Thank you. Next witness.
Lily Burbanger?
Stand in front of the judge and face him, please.
Were you sworn in as the clerk's office, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is the live stream, since we can't have both in the public generally, and so unless you object, there'll be a camera so on the live stream. You have any objection to that?
That's fine.
Okay. Have a seat up here then, please. Take your mask off. Answer your questions. The microphone right there. Would you slide that clearly to your left, please? All right, thank you. Ms. Mark.
Please state your full name for the record.
Lily Bonnie Rice Burwanger.
And can you spell your last name?
RICE-BERWANGER.
Have you watched any of this trial on YouTube? Have you watched
The jurors this morning
jury voir dire when we questioned the jurors?
for probably 20 minutes.
But that's all that you've watched?
That's it. I left the house and come to here. Went to school actually.
You went to school?
Yeah, to get out. He went half day.
Okay. So that was my next question. Do you have children?
One.
And what's his name?
Roger Adam Rice Burwanger.
You just passed him coming in?
Yes.
That was your son?
Yes.
Do you know Naomi Ludwig?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
Through my son Adam. It's his girlfriend.
And do you know Naomi's family?
Not until last couple of days, really.
Okay. And who have you met?
The mom and the sister.
I want to take you back to late January 20th, the 21st, 2021. Do you recall Adam coming into your room? You have to say it.
Yes.
And tell me about that.
He come into the room crying and screaming and tripping over his feet, and he fell over me into my bed, and he was saying, Mom, it's Naomi, and I was like, what's wrong? And he's like, Naomi's father makes her suck his dick. And he was screaming and crying. And I told him there was nothing that we could do right now. And he kept begging me to do something. And I said, son, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. I can't do anything right now. I said, but I promise you, tomorrow we will do something.
So what did you do?
I got up. Well, I slept a couple hours. I got up to get him up for school at 6 o'clock. And I asked him, or he asked me if he could stay home from school. And I said, we both had pretty bad nights, son. I said, so, yeah. I said, you need to call Naomi so I can talk to her. I asked him, is she home right now, or does she, because I knew she had college classes, so I didn't know what time they were. And he said that she would be home, so he called her about around 8 maybe, and I talked to her.
How did you talk to her? Was it on the phone like this, or you FaceTiming?
We FaceTimed.
Okay. So you can see her?
Yes.
What did you tell Naomi?
I told Naomi that I promised her that today her hell would end, and if I couldn't get the sheriff, if she told her mother and she didn't believe her, that I would personally get her and take her to the sheriff's department, and if I couldn't do that, then I would go to the sheriff's department myself, and if they didn't believe me, then I would take her and hold her until she was 18. That today it was going to end, one way or the other, whether it was legally or illegally, it was going to end.
After you spoke to Naomi, what happened?
She talked to her mother, and I videotaped it, the conversation.
Did you tell Naomi what to do?
No.
Did you tell Naomi what to say?
No.
At any point during she is telling her mom what happened, at any point do you intervene and tell Naomi what to say or do?
No.
I have no further questions.
Ross?
Ms. Berwinger, why tape it?
Because I needed proof that if her mother did not help her and bring her to the sheriff's office to end this, then I would have proof. Not just my word, their words.
Did you listen? Were you listening to the entire conversation that took place
No.
between?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you listen to the entire conversation that took place between Naomi and the mother?
No, not the entire conversation.
How much of it do you think you didn't hear?
Maybe 20 minutes worth.
Did you go back and listen to it at any time after it was recorded?
Not really. Yeah, but not all of it.
Would you be surprised to know that your voice is on the tape?
No, because it's my home and I was talking to my husband.
Did you have communication with your son while this was going on?
Yes, I told him that that they could stay at our house if they had no place to go. That they didn't have to worry about not having a home, that they all three could come and stay in my house. And I don't know these people.
You didn't know them then at all, is that right?
That's right.
So you remember making a statement to your son while this conversation was going on that Naomi and your family could come stay with you when they went to the police or not? Do you have any record? Do you recall saying that?
I don't recall about coming to the police or not, no.
Do you recall anything else you might have said while this conversation was going on between Naomi and her mother?
No.
No. Maybe approach her.
Okay. Right, make a meeting.
I don't think they further.
Redirect.
Ms. Berwinger, Vice Berwinger, I just want to clear this up. Can you explain how this recording situation, how this worked? Just in the simplest terms as possible.
I don't understand FaceTime mute,
Okay.
but my son and Naomi FaceTime mute their phones somehow. And I set my phone next to his phone.
So he's on the phone with Naomi on FaceTime.
Yes.
You laid your phone down next to his phone.
Yes.
And hit record.
Yes.
So it records everything that comes, like anything you can hear through his phone, your phone will record.
Yes.
Were you in the room during that time?
In and out.
Okay.
In and out of his bedroom, and I was in and out of his bedroom.
So at points when you would come into the bedroom, would you talk with Adam, your son?
Yes.
So when you were talking with Adam, would your phone then pick up things that you were saying to Adam?
Yes.
Okay. So it would record not just what's happening on FaceTime, but it would also record you talking to Adam.
Yes.
Why did you want a recording?
Because I needed proof if I had to go to the sheriff's department by myself so that they wouldn't just look at me like I was crazy, you know, saying somebody's abusing a child with no proof. The proof would have been the video of his phone call to Naomi on my phone.
Okay. No further questions.
All right, thank you. You may step down, ma'am. Your next witness.
Holly Hamilton.
Please stand in front of the judge and face him, please.
You been sworn in the clerk's office?
Yes.
All right. This is being live streamed on YouTube, and so you hear something on the live stream.
I would not like it to be shown.
All right, just wait there to connect the line. Try to reset these cameras. It's not an exact science.
It went, we're good.
All right, just that seat right there then. Now, pull that is a microphone right there, slide it all the way to the left, you can take your mask down to testify. All right, thank you. Any questions?
Can you please state your name for the record?
Holly Hamilton.
And can you spell your first and last name?
HALLEHAMILTON.
Have you watched any of the trial on YouTube?
No.
How old are you, Holly?
17.
What grade are you in?
12th.
Today was the first day of your senior year?
Correct.
Do you know Naomi Ludwig?
Yes.
How do you know Naomi?
She's my best friend.
How long have you guys known each other?
Since kindergarten.
Do you know Aaron Ludwig?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He's the father of Naomi.
And how long have you known him?
Since we were young.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point him out for the court? Please let the record reflect the witness identify the defendant. I want to go clear back to the 4th grade. Do you recall going to a birthday party sleepover?
Yes.
Where was that at?
Madison Griffith's house.
Do you remember who all was there that evening?
Yes, I do.
Tell me, who was there?
Madison, Anna, Katie, Emma, Naomi, and myself.
Did anything happen that evening that sticks out from your memory?
I can remember getting ready for bed that night, laying down. It was quiet. We were getting ready to fall asleep. All except for over off to the side on a pull-out couch was Naomi and Anna. They were giggling and laughing, and we all looked over and said, you know, what's going on? We're trying to go to bed, and it seemed they were on top of each other, one on top of the other. At the time in 4th grade, I had no idea that they were humping. And it was questioned, what are you guys doing? And Naomi said, this is what I have to do with my dad.
Did you understand what she was talking about?
Not at all.
Fast forward just a couple days, you're at the lunch table at school.
Correct.
Do you remember having a conversation about this?
Yes.
Who all was at the lunch table with you?
It was Anna, Kylie, Naomi, and myself.
And what happened at the lunch table that sticks out in your memory?
We were discussing the sleepover birthday party, and it got brought up how Anna and Naomi were humping while we were trying to fall asleep. And this time, again, Naomi repeated that she was doing what she has to do with her dad. She has to do it. She has to lay naked with him in bed until white stuff comes out, and then she's done.
After Naomi told you that, what'd you do?
I didn't know what to do. I was in 4th grade. I knew it was weird. I didn't know it was wrong.
As you were growing up and learned about what Naomi was talking about, did anything else stick out about Naomi's knowledge of that?
It seemed as we were getting older, she always knew more about sexual things than any of the rest of us did. She was always more aware.
Did you go to Naomi's home?
Some, yes. She would come to my house more often.
Do you recall a sleepover at Naomi's when the defendant was there and Marnie was working?
Yes.
That's a particular one that sticks out to you?
Yes.
Why does it stick out to you?
I can remember we were told...
Tell me everything you remember about that.
Okay. When I arrived to Naomi's house, we were sat down, and the defendant told us the rules of the household, and the one in particular I can remember was that we needed to be asleep by the time he got home. And how it happened was we weren't asleep by the time he got home, but we were upstairs, lights off, laying down, just chatting before we fell asleep. And so he arrived, he came up the stairs. I was laying right next to her. He grabbed her by the arm and drug her down the stairs, and she had to stay down there all night long.
When you say her, who do you mean?
Naomi.
Do you remember about what grade you were in when that happened?
I know we were young. I think it was before the 4th grade, though.
Okay. Did you talk to Naomi the next day? Did you see her again the next day?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about homecoming your sophomore year. What happened at homecoming that sticks out in your mind?
I can remember dancing and having fun like we're supposed to at homecoming. And as her friend, I remember saying, Naomi, come on, let's dance. Let's have fun. And she was there with a date, and she kept saying, I can't. No, I can't go dance. And I said, why? And she said, my dad's watching. I'm too uncomfortable. I know I'll get in trouble. And I looked over, and through the curtains, he was staring at her, and he had been the whole night and continued to for the rest of the dance.
Were all the parents down where he was?
No, the parents were working, they were handing food, they were cleaning up, they were guarding the bathrooms to make sure kids weren't in and out. He was just in the corner watching Naomi, watching her every move.
Did you attend a birthday celebration of Naomi's that involved laser tag?
Yes, I did.
Did anything happen at that birthday celebration that sticks out in your mind?
I can remember on the way to the laser tag place, we took 2 vehicles because of how many people we had. I remember the defendant and Naomi's younger sister were in one car, and then Naomi and her mother and me and the other friends that went were in a separate car. We went to laser tag, we had fun, and it was over. We were about an hour away, so it was a longer drive. We were getting ready to come back home, and he was demanding that Naomi ride with him alone back home. And it was her birthday, so I can remember thinking, how does that make sense? Or why? And so that was the conversation, and it was eventually Marnie stood up and said, no, it's her birthday party. Naomi will ride back with her friends and I, and that's how it was.
I have no further questions.
Ross?
Yes. 2 instances that took place within a few days of each other back in the 4th grade. You say Naomi talked about this.
Yes.
Any other time since then?
No.
Have you ever discussed it with anyone since then?
Yes.
Who did you discuss this with?
My parents.
When did you do that?
As we were growing up, I can remember here and there, my parents asking kind of, how's Naomi? Anything new?
You never discussed the accusations? You never discussed those with your parents?
I did, yes.
Approximately when was that, you think?
In the 4th grade, I was too young to know that it was wrong, so my mom would question me, but I wouldn't know what to say. But as we started getting older, I knew what had happened. I talked to my mom about it. She was well aware that it had been reported, so that's as far as it went.
So, approximately when do you think that was? What grade do you think you went at that point in time?
I think we were in middle school.
So that'd be 6th, 7th, 8th grade, one of those. That's typically middle school?
Yes.
Okay. So you talked to your mother about it during that period of time?
Yes.
After that time, you continued to go over to Naomi's house?
No, I did not.
Never went back over there?
I would visit, I would stop by, never stay the night.
But you continued to go over to the residence, correct?
Only when other people were around, I would never go alone.
I don't think any further.
Regret?
Why didn't you go alone? My parents were concerned, and I was also concerned. I felt uncomfortable there alone. Even being as close to Naomi as I would, or as I was, I would just rather her come to my house.
And why not ever spend the night with her again?
I was too scared it might happen to me.
No further questions.
Thank you. Next witness.
Heidi Bauer.
Yeah. Sure. The screen there, I can't see the screen.
You stand in front of the judge and face him.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office?
Yes.
Right. This trial being live streamed on YouTube. If you don't want to be shown on, I can put a camera from behind. It's up to you if you're shown or not.
Okay, I don't want to be shown.
Okay, just wait right there and let me fix that.
Good.
Okay. All right, I see right there. satisfied, and that, right here, line on to slide 30 left.
Okay.
All right, you may inquire.
You might be looking up so that we can hear you. Okay. Can you please state your name for the record?
Kylie Ann Voir.
Can you spell your first and last name for me?
KYLIEFAUBER.
Have you watched any of the trial on YouTube?
No.
And who are your parents, Kylie?
Chris and Denise Bobber.
How old are you?
18.
Do you know Naomi Ludwig?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We're friends.
How long have you known her?
Since elementary school.
Do you know Aaron Ludwig?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He's Naomi's dad.
How long have you known him?
As long as I've known Naomi.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point him out for the court? Please let the record reflect the witness identify the defendant.
Sure.
I'm going to take you back to the 4th grade. Do you recall an event at the lunch table that really sticks out to you concerning Naomi?
Yes.
Who all was at the lunch table with you?
Naomi, myself, Hallie Hamilton. There were several other girls there, but I can't remember them specifically.
Okay. What about the conversation sticks out to you?
While we were at the lunch table having lunch, there were several conversations about a sleepover that had happened the weekend prior. And then throughout the course of the lunch, there was also a time when Naomi mentioned that her dad made her lay in bed with her naked. And she didn't know if that was something that we all had to do with our dads or if that was unnormal. So that was something that stuck out to me in the conversation.
Did she say anything else about laying in bed or laying with him naked?
She was forced to do so.
And did you understand what she was talking about?
No, I just knew that that was something I had never done before, so it was very confusing to me.
So, based on what she told you, what did you do?
I went home and told my mom.
After that, did you go to Naomi's house?
There were a few times that I went over on special occasions, but my parents didn't really allow me to go over.
Did you go over for a birthday pool party?
Yes.
And did you observe something at the pool party that gave you concern?
Yeah, so at the pool party, we were all in the pool having fun, and Naomi's dad just seemed to always be right there next to us, peering over us. Naomi's mom and her grandparents were there, but they weren't right there with us. They were kind of off to themselves. If we would go inside, he would go inside. If we would move from the kitchen to the living room, he would also do so. Just having an uneasy presence over all of us.
Were you a member of TAG?
Yes.
And what is TAG?
TAG stands for Talented and Gifted. It's an organization at our school.
Naomi also a member?
Yeah.
And as part of TAG, did you and Naomi get to go on trips together?
Yes.
What did you observe about Naomi when you would go on TAG trips?
We all looked forward to the trips, but Naomi especially. She was excited to be away from her dad. She was excited to.
I'll start that last moment.
Did you attend a homecoming dance in your sophomore year of high school?
Yes.
Do you remember the defendant being there?
Yes.
And did anything happen at the dance that made you uncomfortable or stands out in your mind?
Yes.
What?
At the dance, there are sheer curtains that kind of enclose the attendance of the dance from the chaperones. And the curtains are somewhat see-through, so it's not like the chaperones can't see us. But Naomi's dad made a point to open up the curtains and watch Naomi because she wasn't allowed to have a date. She wasn't allowed to dance with boys. And so he was just there peering over us the whole night, making sure that she wasn't dancing with anyone.
How did that make you feel?
It made me feel very uncomfortable. It also made me feel scared for Naomi because she was very scared herself.
Now, not anything that was said, but did you observe a difference in the way Naomi acted when the defendant was around versus when he wasn't around?
Absolutely.
What?
Naomi was much more relaxed. She was just more herself. She was very talkative versus if her dad was around, she was very quiet, reserved, very fearful.
No further questions?
Ms. Fulber, after you heard this conversation in the lunchroom in fourth grade, you indicated you told your mother. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever speak about it with Naomi again?
We tried to bring it up, but
Who's we?
we as in our friend group,
When was that?
in middle school.
Middle school?
Yeah.
So 6, 7, 8?
Yeah.
You tried to bring it up?
Yeah.
Did you ever tell anyone else?
Not outside of our friend group, no.
When you came forward here today, how did that come about?
I was asked to.
Who asked you to come forward?
The prosecutor's office.
Oh, okay. I mean, how did you contact them and say, hey, I heard this, or would someone provide? How did it happen? Do you know?
We were contacted.
Who contacted you?
I believe it was the jail.
Someone from the sheriff's office?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So it wasn't a situation where you reached out or anything else, someone contacted you to come in and speak?
Correct.
Ready.
Prior to someone contacting you from the sheriff's office, did you know that Naomi had gone to the sheriff's office and talked about this?
Yep.
Would you have come forward and talked with the sheriff's office even if they didn't contact you?
Absolutely. When this all came out, no one was surprised.
Objection.
No further questions.
Objection.
I'll strike the last statement.
Denise Palmer?
You may step down.
Please stand in front of the judge and face him.
We sworn in the clerk's office.
I what?
Right, this is probably being live streamed on YouTube. You are showing on that for conversation.
It doesn't matter.
Have a seat over there. Pull that microphone there on that slide board. Give that and you take the mask off of that.
Please state your name for the record.
Cheryl Denise Favre.
And can you spell your first and last name?
Yes, CHERYL FAUBER.
And do you go by a different name than Cheryl?
My middle name Denise. Yes.
Have you watched any of the trial on YouTube?
No, I haven't.
Are you married?
Yes, I am.
And do you have children?
I do. 3 daughters.
And what are their names?
Kylie Favre, Katie Favre, and Kenzie Favre.
And do they attend school?
They do.
Where?
Fairfield, local.
And I'm sorry. How old is Kylie?
She just turned 18.
Now, do you know Naomi Ludwig?
I do.
How do you know her?
She and my daughter have known each other since elementary school as friends.
And do you know Marnie Ludwig?
I do. Naomi's mom.
Okay. And do you know Aaron Ludwig?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know him?
I've known Aaron since I was a child, and then also as Naomi's dad.
Do you see Aaron in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point him out for the court? Please let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Sure.
Now, do you recall an event when Kylie was in the 4th grade that gave you concern?
I do.
What happened?
Kylie came home from school and shared with me that at the lunch table that day that Naomi had shared some information that her dad made her sleep with him at night naked.
And of course, I was very concerned to hear that and asked her a few more questions about, the day. And
based on what Kylie told you, what did you do?
well, as I said, I asked her a few more questions about the situation, and then I called the school principal to report this information. And of course, Kylie did not want me to do that, but I felt as a parent, having information like that, it would be important to notify somebody so that it could be looked into.
So who at the school did you speak with, if you remember?
The principal, D. Miller.
Now, that was when the girls were in the 4th grade?
Yes.
After this happened, did you change how you allowed Kylie to interact with the Ludwigs?
I did. I was cautious of not allowing Kylie to go over there to stay the night or anything like that. Also, just making sure that she wasn't alone. If there was a group event, like a birthday party where there would be other people around, I did allow her to go to those events.
Did you chaperone the homecoming dance when Kylie was a sophomore?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe anything there that made you uncomfortable or gave you concern?
Yes, I did. When the chaperones were all there, it's all the parents of the cheerleaders is kind of how that worked out. And so throughout the evening, most of the chaperones kind of hang out together, going in and out of where the kids are dancing to make sure, just to keep an eye on things. But throughout the evening, I noticed Aaron and Marnie standing kind of away from the rest of the group. And the girls were a bit bothered by that. Of course, with the information I already knew from years previous, I was bothered by that as well. So I just kind of would go over where Aaron was standing and Marnie and make conversation and kind of make myself present. At one point, there's I think it's called gossamer, but like a curtain type thing that encloses the area where the kids are dancing, and he was kind of looking through that, peering in, and it definitely, kind of seemed odd to me because the rest of the parents were in a group, and it just kind of made me uncomfortable, and I felt like I needed to kind of make myself known. Not saying, what would have happened, but it certainly was making the girls uncomfortable and the kids, as well as me, given the information I knew.
I have no further questions.
Ross?
Ms. Barbara, we've never met before, have we?
No.
Never spoken?
No.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a banker.
What exactly is your position? You're a bank officer or what?
Yes, I'm a senior vice president.
And how long have you been self-employed?
At the bank that I'm at now, I've been there just shy of 5 years, but I've been in banking for, since 1997, so a while.
Has it always been as a bank officer?
No, I started as a part-time teller, kind of worked my way up.
When did you become a bank officer?
Oh my goodness, that would have been when I left Fifth Third and went to National Bank and Trust, so 2007, I believe, around that time.
And what's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in business and marketing.
From where?
Wilmington College.
When did you get that?
What is that relevance? I'm gonna object.
I don't know, I don't say relevance, I'll just say that.
You're a college educated woman, correct?
Correct.
Your daughter comes home to you in the 4th grade and she's telling you very concerning things, correct?
Absolutely.
Your response then is to call the school.
Yes.
Call the police department?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Basically because I felt like notifying the school, they would handle it in the manner in which they should, as far as, reporting it or doing the appropriate questioning, and so I did not take it any further.
You learned that nothing's happened, you didn't do anything else?
No, I did not.
Okay, why not?
I felt like I had done my due diligence by reporting it, and I just felt like that was enough.
And if the school has no records of this reporting, how do you explain that?
Objection. It's the
Please, we're testifying, counsel,
If the school would have no records of this call, can you explain that?
Objection, it's what the school did wrong, not what Ms. Barbara did wrong. She can't testify to her records.
Okay, wait, all right. I'm going to allow her to answer the question that was posed. If she has any explanation for that. She doesn't. She does. Right? You may answer the question.
Honestly, I don't know what they did at that point or why they didn't do certain things. Again, I felt like it was my responsibility as a parent to report it, and I did that. And I can't help what they did afterwards.
Did you ever tell Marnie about it?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Marnie, I don't know her real well, only from interactions, obviously, with the girls. I've always had a lot of respect for her as far as I felt like she was a very good mom. I've told her that I was, admired the close relationship that she had with her daughters and so forth, but I did not have that close relationship with her. And, when I would observe her with her family, she was always, close by Aaron, and I didn't feel like, I should enter into that. I did what I needed to do by reporting it to the school.
How do I think for objection?
Redirect.
Ms. Barbara, how soon after Kylie came home and told you what Naomi had said, did you report to the school?
Honestly, I would say it was within 1 to 2 days, but I don't know if it was the very next day or not.
Do you have any personal knowledge of the records that the school keeps or how they keep records or anything of that nature?
No, I do not. I've never worked at the school I've been in banking my whole life, so.
And when did you actually learn that nothing had been done back then?
Honestly, I wondered, because I wasn't privy to what happens with that information afterwards, and I kind of wondered, like, did anything ever come of this? I don't really know much about what happened with that.
So, did you only recently learn that?
Yeah, as far as through this process of, that nothing had come up with the school. Yeah.
No further questions.
All right, we're going to sit down. Next witness.
Detective Antar.
You've not been sworn in. I have not. Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and the truth, nothing but the truth, subject.
I do.
You care to be photographed? All right, okay. See right there.
Please state your name for the record.
I am Detective Sergeant Vincent Antinor of the Highland County Sheriff's Office.
And can you spell your first and last name, please?
My first name is Vincent, and my last name is Antinor.
And are you currently employed?
I am.
Where are you employed?
The Highland County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been so employed?
I started at the Highland County Sheriff's Office in 2011.
And what are your job duties there?
Currently, I'm assigned as a sergeant or supervisor in the detective division.
Have you had specialized training in child abuse investigation and sexual assault investigations?
I have, yes.
And for a period of time, were you actually assigned to children's services?
Correct. So in 2018, that was my sole job duty as a detective, was to investigate crimes against children.
And through your specialized training, have you received a specialized training in how to interview a victim of sexual assault?
I have, yes.
And what did that training entail?
So the biggest thing that you learn when interviewing a victim of sexual assault, be it an adult or juvenile, is that you let them tell their story. You try not to ask leading questions. You're, I guess, receptive to their version of events.
Over the course of your law enforcement career, about how many sexual assault cases have you investigated?
Too many to count. I started investigating sexual assault cases as a road patrol deputy before I was a detective.
And were you employed in this capacity on January 21st, 2021?
I was, yes.
And on that day, did you meet with Marinella Jamino and Naomi Ludwig?
I did. I believe at the time she identified herself as Marty, but yes.
And did you talk with them?
I did, yes.
And what did Naomi report to you?
During that conversation, Naomi reported that her father, Aaron Ludwig, had been sexually assaulting her via vaginal, anal, and oral penetration since the age of 6 to the age of 14.
Was Naomi able to identify the addresses of the houses where the sexual assault occurred?
She was. I don't believe she identified an exact address of the Leesburg apartment complex, but she did identify that it was a complex within the village of Leesburg, Ohio, which would be in Highland County, and the Church Street address where she currently lived, which was also in Highland County.
Now, based on what Naomi told you, what did you do?
So I asked Naomi if she would be more comfortable talking with a forensic interviewer at the Cincinnati Children's Hospital Mercy Center. She said that she was. So we immediately contacted Highland County Children's Services. Children's Services have to be involved in cases like this, but they also are our liaison between our victims and the Mercy Clinic.
Now, following your talk with Naomi and getting her set up to go to the Mercy Clinic, what did you do?
So my partner and I work hand in hand with Detective Engel. Her and I prepared a search warrant to search the house that some of these sexual assaults had occurred in.
Do you remember about what time of the day you served the warrant?
So we waited. We had the warrant drafted prior to, or probably around lunchtime. I remember we waited specifically until 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon to serve the warrant because that's when Marty told us that Aaron would be arriving home around that time.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked. Previously been marked as State's Exhibit 5 for identification purposes. All we have to show. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is a photo that was taken of the house there in Highland on Church Street that we conducted the search warrant at.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 6 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is also a photo of the house in which we conducted the search warrant at. This photo also includes the street sign to show what street, so we can identify the house.
Now, when you arrived at the address, was Aaron there?
He was not.
Did he arrive sometime?
He did. Shortly thereafter our arrival, he arrived. So prior to actually exiting our vehicles and conducting the search warrant, as detectives, we operate unmarked patrol vehicles. So we just sat in our unmarked patrol vehicles outside the home until he arrived.
Do you see him in the courtroom today, Aaron Ludwig?
I did.
Can you point him out for the court, please?
At the defense table with the black mask on his face.
Please let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
Sure.
Now, upon conducting the search warrant, what type of things were you and Detective Eagle looking for?
So specifically, when I spoke to Naomi at the sheriff's office prior to the search warrant, she had described to me that at some point during these sexual assaults that Aaron videotaped them. And she stated to us that the video camcorder would still be at the house.
So were you looking for the camcorder?
That's correct.
Going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 7 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is a photo of the camcorder that we seized that Naomi had described.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 3. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 3?
I do.
And what is that?
So this is the actual camcorder that you see in that photo that was seized in conjunction with our search warrant.
Was that identified as the camera used to record Naomi?
It was, yes. There's also the charger and hookup for the camera in the bag that was with it. Photo. Do you need me to pull those charger out?
No, you can put that in. Go to next hand, was previously marked as State's Exhibit 8 for identification purposes.
You're on my reapproach.
Right.
Now, during your search of the house, did you go into a closet and see a bag in the closet?
I did, yes.
And what's previously been identified as State's Exhibit 2, did you actually see that in the bag?
I did, yes.
And why didn't you take that?
At the time of the search warrant, we had no indication or assumption that it would be any form of evidence. Naomi had not, in my brief conversation with Naomi at the sheriff's office, she did not identify that he made her wear any costumes or special clothing or anything like that. It was contained in a bag that contained several other sexual items, anal-ease and lubricants and things like that.
Sustained. Sure, disregard that.
You say that you had a brief conversation with Naomi. Is that what your training has taught you, is to keep the conversation with the victim brief?
Yes.
So have there been times during sexual assault investigations that you later find out that there's maybe some other evidence you were not unaware of because your training has taught you to keep this conversation brief?
In fact, most of the time that's the case, yes.
Now, following your search of the house, did you have occasion to look through the defendant's cell phone?
I did, yes.
And was there anything on the phone that stood out to you?
Yes, there was.
What was it?
So when searching through his cell phone, I discovered several photos with other women, various different other women that appeared in the same, I guess, stature, thin, small, dark hair, very much so resembled Naomi.
Objection.
Sustain that. Sure, disregard that testimony.
Did you speak with the defendant?
I did, yes.
And can you give us a synopsis of that interview?
So the interview was rather brief. I spoke with Aaron at the sheriff's office, and we started just with normal conversation, but I quickly explained to him that we were there to talk about his romantic relationship with Naomi. He nodded his head, giving a nonverbal cue that he understood what I was talking about when I asked him if he understood what I was talking about.
Did that end the conversation?
It ended shortly thereafter, yes.
And based on your training and experience, is it common for victims to wait to disclose sexual assault?
Very much so, yes.
In the sexual assault cases that you have investigated and solved, how many of those cases involve the recovery of DNA from the victim?
From the victim, less than half.
I have no further questions.
Ross.
Detective, do you recall approximately what time that Arnie and Naomi would have come into the sheriff's office and you would have met with them?
I don't. I remember it was before lunch.
Would there, if you would have any documentation, any paperwork, anything that would let you know what time that was?
It may be contained inside the report. It may not be.
and you had a conversation with them. That conversation was recorded, was it not?
I don't recall.
You don't recall whether or not you would recorded the conversation you spoke to Naomi and Marnie?
Correct. Typically, we would not record conversations between sexual assault victims, especially if they were a juvenile reporting sexual assault.
Did it surprise you that you did?
Not necessarily.
But you don't have any recollection?
Correct.
Would that recording, would that be the sum total of everything that you did that morning with Marnie and Naomi, or would there have been stuff that perhaps was not recorded?
I'm sure there was stuff that was not recorded.
Then walk me through a little bit about what happened. She said they come in some before noon, and you begin to speak with Naomi and Marnie, is that correct?
I stated that they came in sometime before I had lunch, so I'm not sure exactly what time that was. They had come up and talked with our dispatch. When you walk into the sheriff's office, you come into a big lobby area. There's a municipal court on your right, records divisions on your left. If you go all the way back, there's a small little, looks like a takeout or drive-through window, and that's where you talk to our dispatch center. Dispatch advised me that there was a mother with her juvenile daughter in the lobby, and that they were reporting some sexual assault. I went out and showed them back to a secure interview room.
And when you interviewed Naomi, you didn't interview her alone, is that correct?
Detective Engel was probably with me. Certainly, Marty was there.
Marty was always present during any of that.
Correct.
And you indicated that you've gone through training about being a forensic interviewer.
No, I did not.
You have not?
I did not indicate that.
You're not a forensic interviewer?
That's correct.
Okay. And you understand then, well, basically you had some statements that as a forensic interviewer wants the child to be able to tell the story, or the victim to be able, the alleged victim to be able to tell the story, correct?
I did not make that statement whatsoever.
You don't recall making that statement on direct examination?
No, I did not.
Did you hear the testimony of Ms. Premans from the Marison Center?
I did, yes.
She made that, I believe those statements that you want the child to make the statement to be able to tell her own story, correct?
Yes, I believe that was her testimony.
You agree with that?
Yes.
And you don't recall that you said that it's important that the child tell her own story?
I recall saying that. I did not say it in the fashion indicating that I was a forensic interviewer. I believe what I stated was that I've had pretty intensive interview and interrogation training that included sexual assault victims and suspects.
And one of the things you're not supposed to do is not ask leading questions, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask Naomi leading questions?
I don't think so.
May I approach you with the shirt?
Right.
Your Honor, I'm going to get we approach.
Right. Thanks, Rick. Continue.
Officer, I'm reviewing what's purported to be a transcript of a statement of an interview that took place with Naomi and Marnie at the Highland County Sheriff's Office on January 21st, 2021. Specifically, do you have any recollection asking Naomi questions, specifically, did he put his penis in your vagina?
Yes, that's probably the question I asked.
Do you agree that that's a leading question?
I would not.
Did you ask her, did he put his penis in your rectum?
I probably asked a question substantially similar to that. I don't know exactly how to word it.
Would you believe that that's a leading question?
I would not agree with that statement.
When you asked her, do you have any recollection of asking her, did he put his penis in your mouth?
I probably asked something substantially similar to that.
Do you believe that is a leading question?
I do not.
Do you know what her responses to those questions were?
I believe she indicated that he did.
Yes, right? One-word answers.
Probably. I don't recall the exact context of our interview.
When Ms. Creemans was testifying, she was pretty clear that those are the kind of questions that we want to avoid. Yes, no, one-word answers, correct?
I believe she stated for a forensic interviewer, that would be correct. As law enforcement, it would be equivalent to asking somebody, are you shot? If they had a bullet hole in them. Those would be questions that we would ask.
But you were the first one the first that you knew of to be able to have contact with her law enforcement boss, correct?
No, our dispatch contacted her. She initially made contact.
The dispatch didn't interview her, correct?
Correct.
Did Detective Engel interview her?
No, I don't believe so.
To your knowledge, did anyone else interview her that day?
Not to my knowledge, but I can't speak to what she did prior to her arrival in our office.
But you can speak to what happened after she arrived at your office?
For the time that she was there, yes.
Well, how long were they there?
I don't recall exactly.
And you did go to the house and execute a search warrant, correct?
That is correct.
You took quite a few items, correct?
Yes.
Involving computers, scan disks, USB drives, external hard drives, computer drives, things to that effect, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What did you do with those?
They're in our evidence check.
Did you ever submit them anyplace? Did you ever review these items?
I attempted to submit them to the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, which we refer to as BCI, their lab in London. But due to COVID, they're on a COVID protocol, which would mean that they can't, they're operating on limited staffing. So they agreed to analyze the items, but because Aaron was arrested the day that the search warrant took place, there's a time frame in which we have to complete our investigation, and the lab indicated that it would take upwards of a year or longer to get all the items analyzed.
Did you personally analyze any of them?
We looked through what we could. I'm not a trained, I can't look in the computer or anything like that. We reviewed the little cassette tapes that we found, stuff that, like 1980s technology stuff that even a dummy like me could figure out.
And of the items that you did analyze or did review, you didn't find anything you would consider to be evidence in this matter?
On the small tapes that would go to this camera, I found several recordings that appeared to have been taped over.
But you never sent any of those off or anything?
As I explained, I attempted to. We were unable to do so because of the lab's COVID protocol and our time frame of Aaron being under arrest.
I don't have any further.
Leave it right.
Detective Angela, in discussing leading or not leading questions, did you ask Naomi if her father put his fingers in her vagina in a blue chair?
I did not.
So, is it also necessary as a law enforcement officer to get enough information from the victim that you were able to get a search warrant?
Correct. See, the danger in cases of this nature, once a suspect typically, what we learn in our training is that once a suspect learns of the disclosure, especially if it's a family member, the victim is then at great risk to harm. So we have to operate on a strict and direct time frame to collect search warrants, to collect evidence, and ensure the safety of the victim and the preservation of the evidence.
So did you just ask her general questions that would have satisfied information for a search warrant?
Correct. As I mentioned just a moment ago, it'd be equivalent to asking someone with a hole if they've been shot.
Oh, no. No other questions?
All right, I'm gonna sit down, thank you. Next witness. Hey, Preston.
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to conclude for the day. It's 8 minutes after 4. So we'll actually return tomorrow by 8:30. So we can start shortly after that. During the break, as I indicated before, you're not to discuss the matter with anyone, or permitted to be discussed in your presence. Don't read anything about the case if there is anything I stand before you earlier. Don't look on the internet, read any articles about the case, or listen to anything if there should be anything on any kind of a podcast or radio, TV, or anything of that nature. Don't attempt to learn any information about anything that you've heard today. Don't search on any kind of electronic device or any information about anything you've heard about today. Don't discuss matter with any persons involved in the case. Discuss among yourselves. Don't form any conclusions or opinions about the matter yet, because the case is not complete. So we'll see you here tomorrow morning at 8:30. So we're going to remain and do some things that I need to take care of before the attorneys can be excused. So I'm going to excuse you at this time. Thank you.
Still on the record and on YouTube.
All right. Now, state who you've been in, there's one's already been minutes up.
1 through 7, 10 and 11.
Okay. Any objection to any of those?
No, Your Honor.
All right, they're all good. All right. We're getting lost in there, so just say that up there.
I didn't know how to start with the last ones.
All right. Mr. Brady, you have any motion to break for this time?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time I make a motion pursuant to Rule 29, looking at whatever exactly by this statute, this failed to meet this lenient verdict. I submit that our.
Right. Oh, anything you'd like to say?
Right, I think the evidence at this point is such that reasonable minds can come to different conclusions, and as such, this is a question for the jury and should be submitted to the jury.
All right. Well, the question is credibility, whether or not the finder of fact believes the testimony of the exhibits, etc. All right. Now, bring you know, on the morning, are you going to put on any evidence, or do you?
I don't know this time.
All right. Well, I understand that. But in the event that you do, it would be more than 2 or 3 witnesses.
No, sir.
All right. So you figure lose in an hour and a half or so.
Yes, sir.
All right. I did make changes to typos and so forth
a check back in?
Well, I don't think there was anybody else back there with it, but she could, just be safe. Okay, clear, all right.
Yes.
Okay, so, at this point, I'll have those, put in for you, and I'll give you a copy of that for, apparently, I'll make one copy of that, I had a copy that included it, unless I gave you 2 copies of it, just take a look at the verdict forms, 4 will be the same as the other 3. Is there any anticipated, additional instructions?
No, but can I have,
Objections? All right,
no, can I have the, copy that I gave to you back?
I'm gonna print you out another one here before you leave.
Oh, okay.
It's ready to print, I just didn't get it, printed while we were in break, I'll print it out, give it to you before you leave.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Randy, any special instructions or any objections to any instructions?
No, sir.
All right, well, what we'll do is tomorrow, again, when you both, rest, then, I'll ask if there's any further objections to anything, and then if there is, if there's any other, thing you address, I can do that for instructor. Now, once the evidence concludes, if you don't put on any evidence, you're gonna go right in my instructions. And in the closing argument, if you do, then, once, the state does a rebuttal, as soon as that's done, depending on how long we've been, as you can see, I try to go a little more than an hour and a half, got a little bit past that with that tape, that DVD that I was talking about. I'll give the instructions, and, again, we'll take breaks about every 90 minutes, and, I'll break in the middle of the instruction, too long in this case. And then, go into argument. And I don't put a precise time limit on arguments, but, one thing I've learned in a judge, and I've learned as a lawyer, is sometimes less is better. So, I just always like to sound my own voice as much, I guess. And, I give you as much time as you need, and, I'll take your time a lot. Okay, anything else before we go?
What time are we convening in the morning, Your Honor?
8:30.
8:30.
I'll be here, we would be here by 8:15, so we get,
Yes, sir.
goal is we would start at 8:30, but, jurors get here at the last minute, and maybe a couple minutes after. All right, I'll print out those, instructions for you.
Please rise.
And the longer you go, the louder he is. I'll put that in. Okay.
Take that.